In the quiet corridors of a Westminster hotel, a brutal crime was about to shatter the calm. On February 5, 2018, Treeanna Nichols, a 22-year-old woman, was found lifeless in her hotel room, a victim of a vicious stabbing. As the Westminster Police Department grappled with the devastating crime scene, an elusive figure caught on surveillance footage would become the focal point of a harrowing investigation that would span years. On February 5, 2018, Treeanna Nichols checked into the Westminster Quality Inn and Suites in California for what was intended to be a brief stay. She was alone, having arrived in Westminster with plans to settle into her room for a short time before continuing with her day. Little did she know that her evening would be tragically cut short by an unknown intruder. Around 3 p.m., surveillance cameras captured a man of significant build entering the hotel. He was wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt and dark clothing, holding a silver vaping device. This same man, seen walking with purpose, made his way up the stairs to the second floor, where Treeanna's room was located. The footage showed him pausing briefly, vaping as he climbed the steps. Shortly after, he left the building, his presence at the hotel no longer detectable by security cameras. Later that evening, around 10:56 p.m., a hotel clerk contacted Westminster Police, as her family was unable to reach Treeanna and was concerned for her safety. Responding officers arrived at her room and made a grim discovery. Treeanna had been stabbed multiple times. Her life violently ended in what appeared to be a savage and personal attack. There was no sign of forced entry, suggesting that the assailant might have known Treeanna or exploited an opportunity to enter her room. The brutal nature of the crime and the suspect's sudden appearance and disappearance left investigators with few immediate leads. However, the released surveillance footage and the DNA evidence collected from the scene became pivotal in piecing together the sequence of events leading up to Treeanna's tragic demise. As the investigation continued, police focused on identifying the man captured in the footage, hoping that this elusive figure could unlock the mystery of Treeanna Nichols' untimely and violent demise. The investigation into Treeanna's violent end quickly faced significant hurdles. Despite the clarity of the images in the footage, identifying this individual proved difficult. The footage showed him briefly on the second floor, near Treeanna's room, but did not reveal any specific details about his identity or motive. The initial leads from the footage generated a few tips, but none were substantial enough to crack the case. With Treeanna's family and community eagerly awaiting answers, the Westminster Police Department intensified their efforts. They reviewed the surveillance footage repeatedly, scrutinizing every detail, from the suspect's movements to his attire and vaping device. DNA collected from the crime scene was submitted to the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, but it yielded no matches, leaving detectives with a significant void in their investigation. This setback was particularly disheartening, as the evidence at hand, though crucial, was not enough to lead them directly to the suspect. Realizing the need for advanced forensic techniques, the Westminster Police Department turned to Parabon Nanolabs, a company specializing in genetic genealogy. Parabon's team, led by Chief Genetic Genealogist C.C. Moore, was tasked with analyzing the DNA sample. Their approach involved creating a detailed genealogical profile using an extensive database of genetic markers, which included public records and social media information. But even with the advanced technology, initial results from Parabon were inconclusive, offering only general insights into the suspect's ethnicity and regional ancestry. The breakthrough only came over a year later when a match was finally made. A crucial DNA connection identified the suspect as Arian Vito Smith, a 26-year-old from Westminster. Once the match was confirmed, Westminster police moved swiftly. They obtained search warrants and conducted surveillance on Smith to confirm his involvement. This stage of the investigation was meticulous, focusing on verifying that Smith was indeed the individual captured in the surveillance footage and connecting him to the crime scene. In May 2020, armed with a solid case and the results from Parabon's DNA analysis, the police arrested Smith. The arrest was a culmination of years of dedicated work by the Westminster Police Department and Parabon Nanolabs. Smith was charged with Treeanna's slaying and held on a $1 million bail. The investigation continued as authorities pieced together the details surrounding the crime and Smith's connection to Treeanna. On March 8, 2024, Smith pleaded guilty and is awaiting a sentencing date. Tanya Weber, a bright and compassionate 17-year-old, was the pride of her family and a role model to her younger siblings. She had her whole life ahead of her, filled with dreams and ambitions. But on June 26, 1965, all of that was cruelly taken away, as she was found strangled and hidden just blocks from her home. With twists, setbacks, and an unexpected breakthrough nearly 60 years later, this case is a chilling reminder of how justice, though delayed, can still be served. Tanya Weber was born and raised in the quiet, picturesque town of Logan, Utah. Growing up, Tanya played a crucial role in her family as the eldest of 5 children. Her siblings, especially her younger sister, Rhonda Weber Christensen, looked up to her as a role model and confidant. Tanya attended Logan High School, where she was a senior in 1965. As graduation approached, Tanya looked forward to the next chapter of her life, filled with optimism and excitement about what the future held. On the morning of June 26, 1965, the lifeless body of 17-year-old Tanya Weber was found on Logan's West Center Street, hidden in the bushes of a nearby home. The discovery was made just 2 blocks from her family's house. Tanya had been strangled, and her body was found partially naked. The Logan Police Department, aided by state authorities, embarked on a massive effort to uncover any leads. Over the course of the investigation, officers interviewed approximately 1,000 people, casting a wide net in hopes of finding someone who might have seen or heard something that could break the case wide open. Out of the extensive list of interviewees, police managed to gather statements from 150 individuals who had potential information related to the crime. These statements were meticulously analyzed for any clues that could point to the perpetrator. As investigators combed through the evidence, they also focused on the physical evidence collected from the crime scene. Among the items collected were Tanya's clothes, which were carefully examined for any forensic evidence that might lead to a suspect. The investigation took a significant turn several days after Tanya's body was discovered. Based on the evidence and witness statements, the Logan police were able to identify a suspect, 26-year-old Owen Hodges Kimball. While some believed the police had found their man, others were skeptical, unsure of whether the evidence against him would be enough to secure a conviction. The investigation into Tanya's case now intensified. Witness statements collected during the investigation suggested that Kimball had been seen near the scene around the time of Tanya's demise. This crucial detail seemed to place him at the heart of the crime, raising suspicions that he might have been involved in the tragic events of that night. For the investigators, it was a lead worth pursuing, and they focused their efforts on building a case against Kimball. However, the case took a sudden and unexpected turn just days later. On June 30th, 1965, Kimball's family reported him missing, raising alarms among both his loved ones and the authorities. The search for Kimball ended in Logan Canyon, where police discovered his lifeless body inside his car. The scene was grim, and it quickly became apparent that Kimball had taken his own life. With the prime suspect now deceased, the police faced a significant setback. Despite the statements placing Kimball near the scene, there was no concrete evidence directly linking him to Tanya's case. The lack of definitive proof meant that no additional suspects emerged, and the investigation began to stall. For 59 long years, the case remained cold. In 2022, after nearly 6 decades of uncertainty, the cold case was reopened. The Logan Police Department, determined to bring closure to the long unsolved case, sought the assistance of the Assault Kit Initiative grant. With this funding, they sent Tanya's clothing to the Utah State Crime Lab for advanced DNA analysis. The examination yielded a significant breakthrough, the discovery of DNA from several men on her clothing. The revelation of multiple DNA profiles led investigators to consider all possible sources, including the long-deceased suspect, Owen Hodges Kimball. Although Kimball had passed away by taking his own life in 1965, his remains still held the potential to provide crucial evidence. Investigators made the decision to pursue a DNA sample from Kimball's body, believing that his DNA could be the key to solving the case. To proceed, they needed legal authorization, so they filed an ex parte order, a court request granted with only one side's approval, allowing investigators to act swiftly without delay. The court approved the order, and on November 2, 2023, nearly 60 years after his demise, Kimball's body was exhumed. His remains were sent to the Utah Medical Examiner's office, where DNA samples were collected for analysis. The samples were then processed by both the Utah State Crime Lab and the Bode Technology Group. In June 2024, the results were conclusive. Kimball's DNA matched the DNA found on Tanya's clothing, providing the crucial link investigators had long sought. With this groundbreaking evidence in hand, investigators revisited the numerous statements and physical evidence collected during the original 1965 investigation. The newly obtained DNA evidence, when combined with the historical findings, painted a clear and indisputable picture of what had transpired that fateful night. It became evident that Kimball was indeed responsible for the brutal slaying of Tanya Weber. The evidence against him was overwhelming, and had he been alive, it would have been more than sufficient to obtain a guilty verdict beyond a reasonable doubt. The conclusion of the investigation brought long-awaited closure to Tanya's family and the community of Logan. The truth had finally emerged after 59 years, bringing an end to a case that had haunted the town for generations. Rhonda Christensen, Tanya's sister, and her family were attending a reunion in Idaho when police located them and told them what took place. Rhonda explained, "The policeman came in and asked for my parents. They took them outside and told them what happened. There was a lot of support from our extended family. Words cannot express the gratitude from myself, my sister Julie, and my brothers Stephen and David. We are just so grateful to believe that she can finally rest in peace." When Stephen Weber, Tanya's brother, talks about June 26, 1965, he still gets emotional. He was 10 years old, but remembers the day like it was yesterday. He said, "It was just really terrible. I just did not know quite how to handle it." He gave a big sigh of relief when asked how important it was to have his sister's perpetrator officially named. Stephen added that he has forgiven him, and he hopes this can bring closure to others close to the case too. Lieutenant Lemuel Earl was one of the lead investigators on the case all those years ago. He has been retired 24 years now, but said it was a case he could never get out of his mind. Earl said getting that call on the 59th anniversary of Tanya's demise was a personal payoff. "I cannot tell you how much peace of mind I have. It took a lot of good hard work and effort, not just back in those days, but fellows today that stuck with it." Shayna L Waller, a 26-year-old from Bell County, Texas, was a beacon of kindness, known for her generous spirit and the love she radiated to everyone she met. But on January 29, 2011, the light that Shayna brought into the world was brutally extinguished. The investigation that followed was filled with twists and turns, but after more than a decade, a breakthrough finally brought long-awaited answers. Shayna L Waller was a loving daughter, cherished by her family for her unwavering kindness and the deep care she showed to those around her. However, beneath the surface of Shayna's seemingly perfect life, there were struggles and challenges that she kept hidden from those around her. Despite her cheerful exterior, she faced personal battles that weighed heavily on her heart. The pressures of life began to mount, but she remained resilient, determined to overcome whatever obstacles came her way. Then, on January 29, 2011, everything changed. On that fateful day, the life that Shayna had so carefully built began to unravel. The body of 26-year-old Shayna L Waller was found discarded in a ditch along Quarry Road. A young woman's lifeless body, partially wrapped in a light green bedsheet, drenched in blood near her head. The eerie scene was made even more disturbing by the presence of a single rubber glove stained with blood lying nearby. Authorities immediately launched an investigation determined to uncover the truth behind Shayna's untimely demise. The discovery of the rubber glove suggested that the perpetrator had taken some steps to avoid leaving behind incriminating evidence. Yet there was hope that this clue might lead investigators closer to identifying the perpetrator. On June 30th, 2011, months after her body was discovered, the results of her autopsy were released. The report confirmed what investigators had feared. Shayna's demise was a brutal slaying. She had suffered multiple stab wounds all over her body, with particularly vicious injuries inflicted on her neck and abdomen. The sheer violence of the attack shocked even the most seasoned investigators, revealing the depth of the rage and malice behind the crime. Each new piece of evidence brought the investigators closer to the truth, but also deepened the mystery surrounding Shayna's final days. Despite the relentless efforts of the police, the case went cold, leaving her family and the community without answers for over a decade. In 2022, the Bell County Sheriff's Department made a surprising announcement. The cold case of Shayna L Waller's had been reopened. Lead investigator Corey Powell, who had taken a personal interest in the case, spearheaded the renewed investigation. The passage of time had not diminished the department's determination to find Shayna's perpetrator, and advancements in forensic technology provided new tools to re-examine the evidence. The key to solving the mystery lay in the Texas Department of Public Safety, which had generated a DNA profile from the evidence collected at the crime scene back in 2011. The breakthrough came when the DNA profile was entered into the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS. After years of searching, a match was finally found. The DNA evidence pointed to a 56-year-old man named Alvin Dwayne Canton. The revelation was shocking, as Canton had never been on the radar of investigators during the initial investigation. With this new lead, detectives moved quickly to track him down, knowing they were closer than ever to solving the case. When confronted with the evidence, Canton consented to a blood draw, further confirming the match. The DNA found at the scene, particularly on the blood-stained rubber glove, was a crucial piece of evidence that tied him directly to the crime. Forensic analysis confirmed that the blood on the glove matched both Shayna's and Canton's DNA, leaving little doubt about his involvement in the crime. The discovery brought a sense of closure to the investigators, who had worked tirelessly on the case, as well as to Shayna's grieving family. Canton's arrest on March 6, 2024, marked a turning point in the long search for justice for Shayna. After 13 years, the persistence of law enforcement and the power of modern forensic science finally provided the answers that had eluded them for so long. Lead investigator Corey Powell said Shayna's mom was crying with excitement at the news of Canton's arrest. He said, "Being able to make the call to Shayna's mom, it is just overwhelming when she says, 'I did not think this call would come, because it has been 13 years. The excitement that she now gets to tell her family. Canton is now being held by the Karnes County Sheriff's Department on a $1 million bond. He is awaiting his arraignment and extradition back to Bell County." Peter Michael DiSabatino, born on October 22, 1992, in Newark, Delaware, overcame near-demise experiences as a child to become a vibrant, outgoing young man. Known for his leadership on the lacrosse field and his deep love for family, Peter's life seemed destined for greatness. But on November 12, 2012, his bright future was stolen in a moment of unimaginable betrayal. For over a decade, his case remained a haunting mystery. Peter Michael DiSabatino was born on October 22, 1992, to Angela Herman and Thomas DiSabatino. He survived two near-demise experiences in his early years, first at birth and again at the age of 2 when he nearly drowned. At Appoquinimink High School, Peter's leadership and charisma shone through. As a co-captain of the lacrosse team for 2 years, he earned a reputation not only for his athletic skills, but also for his unwavering team spirit. Yet, there was more to Peter than just his athletic prowess. He was known for his mischievous nature, a rascal with a bit of spice to his personality. Whether it was a holiday celebration or a casual weekend barbecue, Peter thrived in the company of loved ones. However, on November 12, 2012, Peter's life took a dark and unexpected turn. That evening, Peter was at his apartment, enjoying the company of friends. The night seemed like any other, filled with laughter and the comfort of close companionship. But as the evening unfolded, Peter received a text message that would change everything. The message was from someone he knew, asking him to come outside and meet them. Trusting this person, Peter stepped out, unaware that he was walking into a trap. What he thought was a friendly encounter was, in fact, a setup that would lead to his tragic demise. As Peter approached the meeting spot, the situation quickly escalated into violence. The peace of the night was shattered by the sound of gunshots echoing through the air. His friends, still inside the apartment, were jolted by the sudden, terrifying noise. They rushed outside, only to find Peter lying on the ground, gravely wounded. Desperate to save his life, they attempted to resuscitate him, performing CPR and mouth-to-mouth, while others frantically dialed 911. The scene was chaotic, filled with fear and the gut-wrenching realization that their friend's life was slipping away. Emergency services responded quickly, with police being dispatched to the Studio Green apartments on the 200 block of Thorn Lane in Newark. When officers arrived just before 9:30 p.m., they found Peter lying on the sidewalk, suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. The situation was dire, and despite the best efforts of the responding officers and paramedics, Peter's condition was critical. He was rushed to a nearby hospital, but the injuries he sustained were too severe. Tragically, Peter DiSabatino lost his life shortly after arriving at the hospital. For years, Peter's case remained an unsolved mystery. The New Castle County Police's Cold Case Unit took on the burden of keeping his case alive. The unit highlighted cases like Peter's to remind the public of the enduring pain suffered by the families left behind, who must carry on without answers or justice. Despite the passing years, the Cold Case Slaying Squad never gave up hope, tirelessly re-examining evidence and re-interviewing witnesses in pursuit of the truth. There was an interview with the family in 2020, and they had the following to say. His father, Thomas D. Sabatino, said, "He was a good kid. I was proud of him, still am, and I miss him very much." He expressed frustration at the case's current status and said more evidence is needed to help bring his son's perpetrators to justice. It has been almost 5 years, and we know who they are, but there just is not enough evidence to give them what they deserve. His sister, Caroline, said, "He just was happy to be alive. How could my baby brother be gone?" His mother, Angela Herman, described the waking nightmare of having to both learn of her son's demise and then tell his sisters Peter was gone. She said, "I just kept thinking, when I get there, somebody's going to take me in and show me that he is okay. They did not. When I got there, they took me back to another room. After they told me, after the girls came in, we had to tell them. Officials let us see him, but because it was a criminal case, I could not even touch him. I could not hold him one more time. I could not even hold his hand." The persistence of the investigators finally paid off in January 2024. The investigation reached a critical turning point. The Cold Case Slaying Squad, in collaboration with the Delaware Department of Justice, made a breakthrough that would change everything. After carefully piecing together the evidence and revisiting key testimonies, detectives identified 33-year-old Alondo Dale as a suspect in Peter's case. This discovery reignited the case, providing the long-awaited lead that could finally bring closure to Peter's family. On January 16, 2024, the case was presented to a grand jury, backed by the unwavering support of the Delaware Department of Justice. The evidence was compelling enough to secure an indictment against Dale, charging him with slaying in the first degree. This indictment marked a significant milestone in the investigation, signaling that justice was within reach after more than a decade of uncertainty and heartache. The pursuit of justice culminated on January 29, 2024, when Dale was apprehended by the United States Marshals Task Force with assistance from the NCCPD Special Investigations Squad. He was subsequently arraigned in New Castle County Superior Court, facing the grave charges of first-degree slaying and first-degree slaying caused during the commission of a felony. Bail was set at $1 million, and he was transported to Howard R. Young Correctional Institution. For Peter's loved ones, Dale's arrest brought a sense of relief and the hope that justice, though delayed, would finally be served. Maurice Wright, a 28-year-old father of 3 with a bright future, was a man known for his kind heart and unwavering dedication to his family. On October 7, 2017, while preparing for his daughter's birthday party, Maurice's life took a devastating turn that no one could have foreseen. The shocking events of that fateful day lead to years of unanswered questions and then a long-awaited breakthrough that finally brought hope for justice. Maurice Wright was a 28-year-old resident of Bakersfield, California. A graduate of Highland High School, Maurice was a loving father of 3 who worked full-time to support his family. Life for Maurice seemed to be on a positive path as he worked hard to provide for his children and make their lives better. On October 7, 2017, Maurice's life took an unexpected turn. That day, he was busy preparing for his daughter's birthday party, a celebration that was meant to be filled with joy and laughter. After stopping at a local store to pick up food for the party, Maurice was ready to head home to finalize the preparations. The day held the promise of happiness, and Maurice, as always, wanted to make sure his daughter's special day was perfect. However, as he left the store, something unimaginable happened. Maurice, focused on getting home to his family, was unaware that this ordinary errand would be the beginning of a tragic chain of events. Around 8:30 p.m., Bakersfield police received a distressing call reporting a shooting near South King Street and East 3rd Street. Upon arriving at the scene, officers discovered 2 victims who had sustained gunshot wounds. The severity of their injuries ranged from moderate to major, indicating the seriousness of the situation. As first responders worked quickly to assess and assist the victims, the reality of the tragic event began to unfold. One of the victims' condition was critical. He was rushed to the hospital in an attempt to save his life, but the injuries proved too severe. Later that evening, the man succumbed to his wounds. It was not long before the identity of the deceased victim was confirmed. Family members came forward to identify the man who had tragically lost his life as Maurice Wright. Maurice, a father, son, and friend, was now another statistic in the ongoing violence that plagued the area, his life cut short in a senseless act that left everyone questioning why. As the investigation into Maurice's slaying began, the Bakersfield Police Department immediately started gathering evidence and searching for suspects. Early on, authorities announced they were looking for 3 black males who had fled the scene in a dark SUV shortly after the shooting. Despite their efforts, the case remained unsolved for years, leaving Maurice's family and the community without answers or justice. The search for those responsible continued, but leads were scarce, and the case grew cold. In 2024, nearly 7 years after that tragic night, a significant breakthrough occurred. 2 suspects were arrested in connection with Maurice's case, reigniting hope for justice. Jemiah Dawson, 28, who was already in custody for an unrelated incident, became a key figure in the investigation. When questioned about the shooting on South King Street, Dawson initially denied involvement, but when detectives presented him with surveillance footage from the night of the incident, Dawson admitted to being one of the 3 suspected shooters. His confession marked a turning point in the long-standing case. Following Dawson's arrest, another suspect was apprehended. Trayvon Lee Foreman, also 28, was arrested in July 2024. He faced serious charges, including slaying, conspiracy, and gang participation in connection with Maurice Wright's demise. For Maurice's family, the news was bittersweet, a step toward justice, though it could never bring back the man they had lost. As the legal proceedings unfold, Maurice's memory will remain a poignant reminder of a life cut short by senseless violence and a testament to the enduring pursuit of justice. A person turned an ordinary diner into a sanctuary of warmth and friendship. But then the bonds forged in such a place were suddenly ripped apart. A beloved community figure is tragically taken away. For nearly 24 years, this tragic demise remained a mystery. Stephen Davis was a 46-year-old man who stayed in Pensacola, Florida. He was a cab driver for Yellow Cab Taxi. His regular presence at the local Waffle House was as reliable as the sunrise, and his easygoing demeanor made him a natural at forming connections with patrons and staff alike. The Waffle House had become more than just a diner for Stephen. It was a home away from home, where he forged bonds that extended beyond the clinking of silverware and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. On August 26, 1998, an ominous cloud settled over the once inviting Waffle House as news spread of the tragic events that had befallen Stephen Davis. In the quiet pre-dawn hours, Stephen found himself embroiled in a terrifying encounter that would forever alter the course of his life. As he approached his cab, parked in the shadows of the early morning, he was unaware of the menace lurking within the vehicle. A man, concealed in the darkness, lay in wait for Stephen, setting the stage for a horrific ambush. Panic ensued as Stephen, sensing imminent danger, desperately attempted to flee from the assailant. As he bolted from the car, the attacker opened fire, and a hail of bullets pierced the stillness of the Pensacola night. Despite his frantic efforts to escape, Stephen was struck multiple times, once in the jaw and twice in his right posterior thorax, and his life hung in the balance. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Stephen staggered towards the nearby Winn-Dixie, hoping to find help and refuge from his assailant. Tragically, he collapsed in the parking lot, his life ebbing away as the gravity of his injuries took their toll. The glow of the streetlights illuminated the gruesome scene as Stephen succumbed to his wounds. In the aftermath of the horrific attack, Stephen's car was discovered near Navy Boulevard, its driver's door and rear passenger doors left ominously ajar. The shattered driver's side window bore testament to the violence that had unfolded, offering a chilling glimpse into the chaos that had transpired. An immediate investigation was launched, with law enforcement officials working tirelessly to uncover any leads that could shed light on the identity of the perpetrator. Yet, as the case progressed, it became increasingly clear that the lack of witnesses and physical evidence presented a formidable challenge. Despite countless efforts and the occasional tip, the passage of time seemed only to deepen the enigma of Stephen's case. The unwavering determination of investigators to bring justice to Stephen Davis and his loved ones culminated in a significant breakthrough nearly a quarter of a century after his tragic demise. In 2022, the investigation into Stephen's case was reopened, and through the utilization of advanced forensic technology, a bloody fingerprint from the scene was meticulously examined. This led investigators to identify Donald Holmes as the prime suspect. At the time of this discovery, Holmes was already serving a 20-year sentence in a Florida state prison for a home invasion robbery that occurred in Escambia County in 2012. Initially set for release in 2032, Holmes now faces new charges for the slaying of Stephen Davis. This will ensure that he will be held accountable for the heinous crime. The announcement made by the Escambia County Sheriff's Office on March 5, 2024, brought a long-awaited sense of closure to Stephen's family and friends. The relentless pursuit of justice, coupled with the remarkable advancements in forensic science, enabled detectives to finally connect the fingerprint to Holmes. ultimately solving the mystery that had haunted the community for over 24 years. Stephen's sisters, Ruby Kastner and Julie MacArthur, said that he was known for being very friendly and helpful to anyone. Ruby said, "He was a big bear. He was there for everybody. He got a lot of people off illegal substances." As the legal proceedings against Donald Holmes ensue, the memory of Stephen Davis lives on. In a turn of events that has stunned both Los Angeles and Northern California, a cold case from 1984 has suddenly reignited public interest. Found beaten and lifeless in a Roseville alley, Madeline Garcia's case went cold for decades, leaving unanswered questions that have finally found answers decades later. Madeline Garcia, born in Chico, California to Spanish immigrant parents, lived a life rich in cultural heritage and community spirit. Growing up in Rockland and East Sacramento, California, she was cherished for her warmth and generosity. After marrying Frank Garcia, she made a home in East Sacramento, where she was known for her exceptional cooking, vibrant gardens, and creative crafts. In the late 1970s, Madeline moved to South Placer, continuing her commitment to her community. She lived a quiet life, but at the age of 69, that life would be tragically cut short. On the morning of September 26, 1984, Madeline Garcia was found in an alleyway on the 300 block of Atlantic Street. Madeline, known for her early morning walks on her distinctive tricycle, had been collecting cans when she was attacked. A witness discovered her body partially concealed behind the West House Hotel and Saloon. The scene was one of unspeakable violence. She had been beaten, with the ferocity of the assault so intense that her dentures were thrown from the scene. The police who arrived on the scene were confronted with a grim discovery, as her body also bore signs of an assault. In the wake of Madeline's tragic demise, the Roseville Police Department launched an exhaustive investigation into her vicious slaying. Detectives canvassed the area, interviewing residents and tracking down any potential leads. Detective James Fujitani and evidence technician Gary DeMille Lwandori worked diligently at the crime scene, but progress was slow. The investigation was briefly redirected when a double slaying surfaced, and although Fujitani managed to secure convictions in those cases, Madeline's case remained unresolved. Years passed, and as the case grew colder, new detectives like Kurt Leatherman and Mary Green picked up the case. Leatherman, in particular, made significant strides by aligning the evidence with advancements in forensic technology and clearing numerous suspects. But even with these renewed efforts, Madeline's case remained unsolved, and the hope for resolution seemed increasingly distant. The breakthrough came decades later with advancements in DNA technology and investigative techniques. In 2024, investigators employed familial DNA testing. This technique revealed a match linking Richard Moore, a man with a history of arson near the crime scene, to the unsolved case. This new development prompted a renewed push to locate Moore, who had since relocated to Los Angeles. As the case was reactivated, the technology and persistence of investigators led to Moore's arrest on June 27, 2024. Moore was transported back to Placer County, where he faced charges involving the slaying of Madeline Garcia, as well as kidnapping and assault. Neighbors who lived by Moore in a quiet Echo Park neighborhood said they were in disbelief over the allegations, with many saying the man seemed friendly and helpful. One neighbor said, "It has been a shock to learn that something so crazy is happening with someone who we live near to. He was always pretty friendly. I rode my bicycle by one time, and he asked if I needed to air my tires." Moore's initial court appearance on July 8, 2024, was the beginning of the judicial process. Moore, who entered a not guilty plea, was appointed a public defender as the case proceeded through the legal system. His arraignment set the stage for a trial that would test the strength of the evidence and the effectiveness of the new forensic methods used to crack the case. As the legal proceedings continues, Madeline's family and the Roseville community waits for a resolution. Terry Middlecoff, Madeline's oldest granddaughter, said Moore's arrest was bittersweet. She said, "It is a bittersweet moment. I can only hope my grandkids remember me the way that I remember her." The arrest not only brought renewed attention to Madeline's case, but also provided a glimmer of closure after decades of uncertainty and grief. Dennis Leroy Wood, a 71-year-old man known for his gentle nature and love for solitude, lived peacefully in Moorpark, California. His days were spent in tranquility, a simple routine that provided comfort in his later years. But on April 16, 2004, Dennis's world was turned upside down in a way no one could have predicted. Dennis Leroy Wood's day that began as a seemingly ordinary day would soon spiral into a nightmarish event that no one could have predicted. But then deputies with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office were dispatched to his home on the 12500 block of Mountain Trail Street. The visit was part of a routine wellness check, prompted by concerns from neighbors who had not seen or heard from Dennis in several days. The deputies approached the home, unaware that they were about to uncover a grim scene. As the deputies arrived at the property, there was an unsettling silence surrounding the house. The once cozy and peaceful home seemed eerily quiet, with no signs of life. After receiving no response to their knocks, the deputies decided to enter the residence. What they found inside was far more horrifying than they had anticipated. The lifeless body of Dennis lay in the home. The elderly homeowner, who had always kept to himself, was found deceased from at least one gunshot wound. The discovery marked the beginning of a complex investigation. The Ventura County Sheriff's Office quickly ruled Dennis's demise as a slaying. Who could have committed such a heinous act against someone as harmless as Dennis? There were no immediate signs of forced entry, and nothing appeared to be stolen from the home, deepening the mystery surrounding Dennis's demise. Was this a random act of violence, or was there something more sinister at play? The investigation revealed disturbing details about the final moments of his life. It was determined that he had lost his life due to multiple gunshot wounds, with injuries to both his head and chest. Even more unsettling was the fact that Dennis's body had gone undiscovered for nearly 2 weeks. During that time, his home, once a haven of peace, had become the silent witness to a horrifying crime. Detectives interviewed neighbors, friends, and anyone who might have had contact with Dennis in the days leading up to the slaying. They pursued every lead, hoping to uncover something that would point them in the direction of the perpetrator. But despite their efforts, the case remained a mystery. The detectives quickly realized that the case was more complex than they initially thought. There were no clear signs of a break-in, and nothing of significant value appeared to be missing from the home. The absence of an obvious motive made it difficult for investigators to identify a suspect. With no clear direction, the case began to stall. Over the years, the case of Dennis remained a haunting, unsolved mystery for the Ventura County Sheriff's Office. Investigators would occasionally reevaluate the case, hoping that advancements in forensic technology or a fresh perspective might shed new light on the crime. Despite their efforts, the case remained cold, with no significant breakthroughs. However, that all changed on May 14, 2024, when the Sheriff's Office made a stunning announcement. They had uncovered new evidence that allegedly linked a man named Namie to the slaying of Dennis. After 20 years of uncertainty, there was finally a glimmer of hope that justice would be served. Authorities were tight-lipped about the specifics of the new evidence, citing the ongoing investigation and legal proceedings. The details of how Namie was connected to the crime and the nature of the evidence remained undisclosed. This left many to speculate about what had led to this unexpected breakthrough. One thing was clear: the case had taken a significant turn. On the morning of May 14, 2024, Namie was arrested around 11 a.m. by Ventura County deputies. Namie was quickly transferred to the Ventura County Jail, where he now awaits charges for first-degree slaying. With bail set at $2 million, Tommie remained in custody as the legal process began to unfold. The arrest of Tommie brought a measure of closure to the 20-year-old cold case. For the family and friends of Dennis Leroy Wood, the news was bittersweet. A mix of relief that someone had finally been held accountable and sorrow for the years of pain and uncertainty they had endured. In the quiet stretch of Seward Highway south of Anchorage, Alaska, a chilling discovery in 1978 marked the beginning of a decades-long mystery when the body of 16-year-old Shelley Connolly was discovered. The case eventually went cold, leaving her friends and family without closure, until 2019, when forensic technology finally cracked the case wide open. Born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska, Shelley Connolly was a lively and spirited teenager with a penchant for adventure and a deep connection to her family. She was petite and often described as having an unassuming beauty. Her mother later noting that Shelley did not fully appreciate how attractive she was. Despite dropping out of high school, Shelley was eager to carve out her own path. She had a passion for beauty and personal care and was set to start cosmetology courses. At just 16, she was also engaged to a man in the military stationed at Fort Richardson. January 7, 1978, began like any other day in Anchorage, Alaska. The city was shrouded in a thick fog, and it would later become seared into the memories of those that knew Shelley, and a day that her mother, Judy Connolly, would replay countless times over the year. That evening, Shelley had plans to go out. She picked out an outfit that reflected her bold personality, and despite her mother's reservations about her going out dressed in revealing clothing, Shelley threw on a ski jacket her parents had given her for Christmas and made her way to Chilkoot Charlie's, a well-known Anchorage bar. Although underage, Shelley blended into the crowd of young adults who frequented the bar. During that time, it was a hotspot, the oil boom bringing in a surge of young men with disposable incomes. Shelley was seen leaving Chilkoot Charlie's later that night in the company of several men. Witnesses later reported seeing her at Leroy's, an all-night diner on C Street, but the timeline of her movements became increasingly murky. Sometime after leaving Leroy's, Shelley's fate took a tragic turn. The next morning, two female hikers were walking along the Seward Highway when something caught their eye down an embankment near the train tracks. What they initially thought might be discarded trash or debris turned out to be something far more horrifying. Lying motionless in the snow, they found the body of Shelley Connolly. Her petite frame was partially covered in the fresh snow. The girls immediately alerted the authorities, and soon the Alaska State Troopers were on the scene. They quickly secured the area as investigators from the Alaska Bureau of Investigation arrived. The state medical examiner would later determine that Shelley had suffered a brutal assault before being left in the frigid Alaskan winter. She had been beaten, and her body bore the signs of a vicious attack. Ultimately, it was a combination of internal injuries, including a ruptured spleen and exposure to the freezing temperatures that claimed her life. Evidence suggested that after she was assaulted, Shelley had been thrown from a moving car. Her hand became trapped in the door, and the vehicle dragged her some distance before her assailants realized what had happened. When they stopped the car and freed her, they callously discarded her over the side of the embankment, deserting her in the cold of the night. There were faint marks in the snow signs that she had tried to crawl up after being thrown out of the vehicle. Initial efforts focused on piecing together the events leading up to Shelley's tragic demise. Troopers interviewed witnesses, including patrons of Chilkoot Charlie's and Leroy's Diner, trying to trace her movements from the night before. Despite numerous interviews and efforts to reconstruct her last hours, the investigation hit a series of ends. The Alaska State Troopers quickly realized that the case would require more advanced forensic techniques. By 1997, with forensic DNA technology becoming a viable tool for solving cases, the Alaska Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory began developing a DNA profile from the biological evidence collected during Shelley's autopsy. This profile aimed to match the unidentified suspect's DNA with known profiles in CODIS. In 2003, the DNA profile from Shelley's case was uploaded into CODIS. Even with this step forward in the right direction, there was no match found, and the investigation remained at a standstill. The case was reopened and evidence re-examined multiple times throughout the years, yielding no new leads. It was not until 2019 that investigators finally got a break in the cold case. In early 2019, the Alaska State Troopers Cold Case Unit turned to genetic genealogy for new insights. This innovative forensic technique involves submitting a DNA profile from the crime scene to Parabon Nanolabs, a Virginia-based company specializing in DNA analysis and genealogy. Parabon Nanolabs compared the DNA profile from Shelley's case to profiles in public genealogical databases, such as GEDmatch. They identified a man named Donald F. McQuaid as a person of interest based on genetic connections to the DNA profile. The results indicated that McQuaid, who was 21 years old at the time of Shelley's slaying, was a likely suspect. Following this identification, Alaska State Troopers conducted a thorough investigation to confirm the link. They obtained a DNA sample from McQuaid and compared it with the evidence collected from Shelley's autopsy. The match was conclusive. DNA samples collected from 2 locations on Shelley's body matched McQuaid's DNA profile. The breakthrough led to McQuaid's arrest in September 2019. It was a pivotal moment in the case, bringing renewed hope to Shelley Connolly's family and the community. Shelley's mother, Judy, said that she felt many emotions when she was told that her daughter's perpetrator was finally found. She said, "Happiness that they found him. Sad too. 41 years, so this was totally unexpected." The evidence against McQuaid was compelling. The DNA match firmly linked him to the crime scene, and further investigation verified that he had been in Alaska in 1978, aligning with the timeline of the slaying. The legal proceedings that followed were intensive. McQuaid faced charges of first degree and second degree. The case was prosecuted by Assistant Attorneys General Aaron McCarthy and Paige Smothers, who worked diligently to present a thorough case to the court. The prosecution emphasized the severity of the crime and the profound impact on Shelley's family, seeking a sentence that reflected both the gravity of the offense and McQuaid's advanced age. On April 26, 2024, Superior Court Judge Andrew Peterson sentenced McQuaid to 50 years in prison for the slaying of Shelley Connolly. In his sentencing remarks, Judge Peterson underscored the seriousness of the crime and the long-awaited justice for Shelley and her family. He noted that while McQuaid had lived a full life and seen his children grow up, Shelley's family had been denied those years with her. The sentencing was an emotional moment for the Connolly family, who had waited over 4 decades for this resolution. They expressed a mixture of relief and sorrow, knowing that while justice had been served, it could never fully compensate for the loss of Shelley. Shelley's mom, Judy, said, "Whatever the new technology is, I am just so glad that it came around and it solved this crime, and hopefully it will solve other crimes for different unsolved cases." In 1986, Ruby Doss was discovered strangled in Spokane's East Sprague area in Washington, leaving investigators with a cold case that seemed destined to remain unsolved. Over the years, the similarities between her case and a series of other unsolved slayings led to numerous false leads and ends. It appeared that justice for Ruby might never come, until a breakthrough in an unrelated crime unexpectedly brought new evidence to light, reigniting the search for her perpetrator. Ruby J. Doss was a 27-year-old woman living in Spokane, Washington in 1986. Originally from Detroit, Ruby had moved to Spokane seeking new opportunities and a fresh start. Before the crime that would take her life, Ruby had been struggling with various personal hardships, including economic difficulties. To make ends meet, she worked as an escort, a choice that placed her at increased risk in a world already fraught with danger. Despite these hardships, Ruby remained hopeful and resilient, trying to build a better future for herself and her children. Tragically, those dreams would never be fulfilled. On the rainy evening of January 30th, 1986, Ruby J. Doss's life came to a tragic end. Ruby was last seen in the East Sprague area of Spokane, a neighborhood known for its high levels of criminal activity and transient population. As the night wore on, the weather turned colder and wetter, adding to the bleakness of the evening. Ruby's final hours remain unclear, but it is known that she was found in a field near the intersection of Fisk and Ferry, an area that was both secluded and dimly lit. The discovery was made by a transient who stumbled upon her body. Ruby had been strangled, and the brutality of the crime was clear by the evidence left at the scene. Her body was found in a state that indicated a violent struggle. Police arrived at the scene to find Ruby's body, showing clear signs of trauma. The investigation quickly focused on the details surrounding her slaying, including the identification of potential witnesses and the collection of evidence from the crime scene. The evidence included fingerprints and DNA, although forensic technology at the time was limited. Initial interviews with potential witnesses and those familiar with Ruby did not bring any substantial leads, leaving investigators grasping for answers. As the investigation progressed, detectives noted troubling similarities between Ruby's case and a series of other unsolved slayings in the Spokane area. Over a span of months in 1986, several women, including Mary Ann Turner and Dorothy E. Burdett, were found strangled under circumstances that suggested a possible pattern. Mary Ann, a convicted prostitute, was found strangled next to a garage on South Ivory in early November. Dorothy, a 62-year-old woman with no known criminal background, was discovered in High Bridge Park on Christmas Day. The striking similarities in the method used to cut their lives short, particularly the use of strangulation, led investigators to consider whether a single perpetrator could be responsible for all these cases. Even with these connections, the investigation into Ruby's case faced significant obstacles. The conditions of that night, coupled with the sparse evidence and lack of immediate witnesses, made the investigation challenging. The forensic evidence collected was limited, and the technology of the time did not allow for comprehensive DNA analysis or provided definitive links between the cases. The police explored various theories, including the possibility of a serial perpetrator operating in the region, but were unable to find conclusive evidence to tie the cases together. The lack of significant progress and the absence of new leads gradually caused Ruby's case to grow cold. The investigation continued sporadically, but with each passing year, the chances of solving the case seemed to diminish. The breakthrough in Ruby Doss's case came more than 30 years after her brutal slaying, stemming from a seemingly unrelated investigation in a different state. By 2015, advancements in forensic technology had revolutionized the way law enforcement could analyze and match DNA evidence, providing new hope for cold cases. In a separate case, Richard Aguirre, then in his late 50s and a former police officer from Pasco, Washington, was under investigation for an assault that occurred in Franklin County. During this investigation, Aguirre's DNA was collected and entered into the National DNA Database, CODIS. In a stroke of luck, Aguirre's DNA profile was cross-referenced with DNA evidence collected from Ruby's crime scene. This pivotal match was made possible by advancements in DNA technology and the entry of evidence into the database, which had not been feasible at the time of the original investigation. The connection between Aguirre and Ruby's case was solidified when Spokane police obtained a search warrant for Aguirre's home. They collected new evidence, including items that could potentially link him to the crime. The renewed scrutiny and comparison of evidence confirmed that Aguirre was the prime suspect in Ruby's case. The discovery was a game changer. It not only identified the man responsible for Ruby's demise, but also rekindled hope for the families of other victims who had remained unsolved. After remaining unsolved for nearly 3 decades, Aguirre was arrested in June 2015 for his involvement in the slaying of Ruby Doss. The arrest was a major breakthrough for the Spokane police, who had long sought justice for Ruby and her family. Aguirre's trial began with intense scrutiny and high public interest. The prosecution presented a compelling case, highlighting the DNA evidence that linked Aguirre to the crime scene. But the trial was not without complications. The defense argued that Aguirre was not in Spokane at the time of the slaying, pointing to his military records and claiming that other DNA evidence found at the scene suggested multiple potential suspects. They contended that Aguirre's successful career as a police officer and his subsequent life should be considered in their defense. The trial took a turn when the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict, resulting in a mistrial in early 2021. Aguirre's case was retried in 2023, and he chose to waive his right to a jury trial. He opted instead for a bench trial where Spokane County Superior Court Judge Jeremy Schmidt would decide his fate. The second trial concluded with Aguirre being found guilty of first degree on December 26, 2023. The verdict came as a relief to Ruby Doss's family, who had endured years of uncertainty and grief. On March 5, 2024, Richard Aguirre was sentenced to 25 years in prison. The sentence, handed down by Judge Schmidt. Schmidt noted the brutal nature of the crime and the enduring pain experienced by Ruby's family, acknowledging that no sentence could truly fill the void left by Ruby's loss. Aguirre's defense attorney argued for a reduced sentence, emphasizing Aguirre's age at the time of the crime and his later contributions to society. They also talked about the potential vulnerabilities Aguirre would face in prison, given his background as a former law enforcement officer. Ultimately, the judge decided on the maximum allowable sentence under the 1986 laws. The sentencing was a bittersweet closure for Ruby Doss's case. While it could not undo the past or fully heal the wounds left by her tragedy, it provided a measure of justice and a sense of resolution for her family. Lashunda Doss Walker, the oldest daughter of Ruby, said, "I am not sure how much he understands that he was such an eraser. He changed the trajectory of my life and my sister's lives in such a major way." Latoya Doss, another one of Ruby Doss' daughters, said, "This is not just a loss for me, it is a generational loss for my future family members." In the quiet town of Charlotte, Michigan, the tragic demise of Roberto Caraballo remained a mystery for over a decade until his charred remains were discovered in 2015. A crucial DNA breakthrough would reveal a shocking truth that would point fingers at the very people closest to him. Roberto Caraballo, a 37-year-old from Charlotte, Michigan, had a life full of both personal challenges and legal troubles before he tragically lost his life in 2002. Roberto had served time in federal prison, though the exact reasons for his incarceration are not widely documented. His life post-release was fraught with difficulties, including strained relationships and ongoing conflicts. He was married to Beverly McCallum. The couple's relationship was reportedly troubled with discord and personal strife. Roberto lived with Beverly and her daughter, Danielle Ducharme, in a home on Horatio Street in Charlotte. In 2002, investigators found a metal footlocker with the remains of a human. The remains were extensively burned, making initial identification difficult. Despite the evidence of the brutal slaying, including the presence of a hammer, pieces of a wooden baseball bat, and remnants of a plastic bag and rope, authorities struggled to piece together the full story. Forensic teams collected physical evidence from the crime scene, but the investigation initially brought forward very few leads. The investigation continued for years, with detectives diligently following leads and exploring various theories. Even with the extensive work, the case remained unsolved, and the identity of the victim was not known until several years later. The breakthrough in the case came in 2015, more than a decade after the slaying. Danielle Ducharme, who was serving a life sentence for first degree, reached out to authorities and provided crucial information implicating her mother, Beverly McCallum, and Christopher McMillan. This new information prompted a reinvestigation into the case. advanced forensic techniques, including DNA analysis, were used to confirm the identity of Roberto and link the suspects to the crime. The information from Ducharme led to the identification of Roberto's remains and connected the suspects to the crime scene evidence. In May 2002, the basement of Roberto Caraballo's home in Charlotte, Michigan, became the scene of a brutal crime. He was lured into the basement by his wife and her daughter. Accompanied by Christopher McMillan, the group had planned the violent attack. Beverly pushed Roberto down the basement stairs, where her daughter struck him in the head with a hammer. Beverly then took over again, hitting Roberto repeatedly with the hammer until it became lodged in his head. Afterward, they suffocated him with a plastic bag and a rope. The body was then placed into a metal footlocker, driven to a remote location in Ottawa County, and set afire with gasoline. The remains were partially burned and left inside the locker, concealed in a blueberry field. In 2019, Christopher McMillan, a crucial figure in the case, was arrested and charged with second-degree and conspiracy to commit the slaying. McMillan, who had initially cooperated with authorities, provided pivotal testimony that implicated Beverly McCallum and Deneen Ducharme in the 2002 slaying of Roberto Caraballo. As part of a plea deal, McMillan pleaded guilty to his charges. His cooperation was essential in detailing the events of May 2002, including the brutal assault on Roberto and the subsequent disposal of his body. McMillan would eventually be sentenced to 15 to 40 years in prison. Beverly McCallum's arrest came a year later, in 2020, in Italy, where she had been living under the radar since the crime. She was extradited to Michigan in 2022. Despite McCallum's claims of innocence and her defense attorney's arguments that she was merely an accomplice, the jury found her guilty of second degree in April 2024. She was sentenced to 40 to 60 years in prison for the crime and an additional 10 to 15 years for disinterment and mutilation of a body. McCallum received credit for 1,500 days served, including her detention in Italy. Her sentencing concluded the long-running investigation, bringing a measure of justice to the case and closure for the victim's family. For decades, the search for Tommie Lee Hill seemed like a fruitless end. Convicted of heinous crimes spanning 3 states and vanishing from federal custody due to a clerical error, Hill remained elusive, until a single tip from a determined survivor changed everything. Tommie Lee Hill's criminal activities, which began in the 1960s, cast a long and dark shadow over the lives of his victims and the communities he touched. He committed some of the most atrocious crimes imaginable by assaulting children and was convicted of a string of crimes in Michigan and Indiana. His crimes even included assaulting his young stepdaughters and assault with intent to harm, burglary, firearms, and counterfeiting. One crime he committed was against his 12-year-old stepdaughter, Irma Shaw. He was sent from Terre Haute, Indiana jails to Grand Rapids to be sentenced for the crime, when during his sentencing, he told authorities he was thirsty. He entered the women's bathroom and escaped through a window into a getaway car. In 1979, Hill was convicted of serious crimes in Grand Rapids, Michigan, but his legal sentence was never served. On the same day he was to be sentenced, Hill managed a daring escape from custody due to a clerical error. He would go on to commit even more crimes in Pennsylvania. For years, Hill remained a fugitive, adopting new identities and locations to evade capture. A reward of $7,000 was offered for information through an anonymous tip site, but years went by with no leads, and the case went cold. At the heart of the case was Irma Shaw, a key figure in the pursuit of justice. Irma had been a victim of Hill's crimes, and she was driven by a deep sense of unresolved trauma and an unwavering commitment to see Hill held accountable. Her quest was not just about seeking justice for herself, but also about advocating for others affected by Hill's actions. Irma Shaw's pursuit of Hill took a turn in 2017 when an anonymous tip came in. A woman called saying she remembered seeing Hill with his car broken down on the side of the highway in Pittsburgh in the 1970s. This tip reignited the investigation, with leading officer Joe Garrett of the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force re-examining the case. Garrett, working alongside Irma, employed genealogical evidence and investigative techniques to track Hill's new identity in Pennsylvania. Their investigation revealed, in June 2024, that Hill had been slain in 1983 by an individual seeking retribution for the harm Hill had inflicted. While this did not provide the opportunity for Hill to face justice in court, it offered a form of closure to those affected by his actions. Irma Shaw's tragic experience with Hill and her subsequent quest for justice shows the impact of trauma and the importance of perseverance. The case of Tommie Lee Hill is a powerful reminder of the dedication required to solve cold cases and the importance of justice, even when it comes many years after the fact. Danielle Houchins, born in 1981 to her mother Cheryl Houchins, was affectionately known as Danny. From a young age, Danny was the apple of her mother's eye, and the bond between them was unbreakable. On September 21, 1996, 15-year-old Danielle left her home in Belgrade, Montana, with plans to spend the day fishing at Cameron Bridge Fishing Access, a popular spot she often visited. It was supposed to be a peaceful, solitary escape, just another quiet day by the water. However, what began as a routine outing soon spiraled into a harrowing mystery when Danielle failed to return home. Later that day, searchers discovered her truck parked near the fishing access. The vehicle was left unlocked, with no immediate signs of struggle, but there was no trace of Danielle herself. Hours passed, and as daylight waned, the search intensified, driven by growing fears for her safety. Tragically, those fears were realized when Danielle's lifeless body was found several hours later, face down in shallow water, not far from where her truck was discovered. The evidence of assault was undeniable, and the manner of her demise was as horrific as it was heartbreaking. Her final moments had been spent in terror, as her attacker brutally forced her head down into the marshy ground. As investigators pieced together the tragic events, it became evident that Danielle had been suffocated, with her head held down until she choked to her end on the mud. Who was responsible for taking Danielle Houchins' life? For nearly 28 years, this question remained unanswered. Despite the case going cold, the sheriff's office refused to let it slip into oblivion. In 2019, they reopened the investigation, hopeful that advancements in forensic science might finally bring closure to this tragic chapter. The preserved evidence from Danielle's case was sent to a state-of-the-art forensics lab in California, where it was meticulously analyzed. The DNA was compared against the FBI's CODIS, but no matches were found. Though this was a discouraging outcome, investigators remained steadfast in their pursuit of justice. They turned to a new and promising tool: genetic genealogy. With a court order, they accessed the extensive DNA databases, hoping to find a match that CODIS could not provide. This bold move paid off when a DNA match was found, leading investigators to Paul Hutchinson, a 55-year-old man living in Dillon, Montana. In July 2024, investigators approached Hutchinson at his home, confronting him with questions about Danielle's case. The interaction was tense, and Hutchinson's nervous and erratic behavior raised suspicions. His demeanor suggested he was hiding something far more sinister than anyone could have imagined. Just hours after the interview, on August 9th, 2024, Hutchinson took his own life, abruptly ending the possibility of a full confession. Despite his untimely demise, the case was not closed. Shortly thereafter, forensic analysts confirmed that the DNA evidence from Danielle's case was an undeniable match to Hutchinson. The long-awaited breakthrough had finally come, but it arrived with a mix of relief and sorrow. His family, unaware of his past, was left devastated by the revelation. Hutchinson was married and worked for the Bureau of Land Management for 22 years. He had 2 kids, a daughter around the age of 20, and a younger son. He was a graduate student at Montana State and had only been in the area a short period at the time he took Danny's life. While the confirmation of his guilt brought a sense of resolution to Danielle's family, it also underscored the profound impact of a crime that had gone unsolved for so many years. Danny's younger sister, Stephanie Mollett, said, "Even though this man will not face a jury of his peers, I have no doubt he was the one who forcefully and violently assaulted my sister. When the time came to face up and account for his violence, he instead chose to end his life. He knew of his guilt and could not face my family or his family and the pain he caused. After nearly 28 years without answers, without justice, we celebrate today." Stephanie says 28 years is far too long, and she had to fight far too hard to find justice for her 15-year-old sister. She also said, "Montanans, Danielle's story should anger you, should make you think about your mothers, your sisters, your wives, and your daughters, should make you think about everything you would do to protect and honor the women you love." The wife of Paul Hutchinson, Christy, has issued the following statement: "We are absolutely heartbroken to learn this news, and our hearts go out to the Houchins family. It is good to know that they will at last be able to find the closure that they deserve. Our own family was already reeling from dealing with Paul ending his own life. In 24 years of marriage, there was never any hint that something like this could be lurking in the background. Paul was an exceptional husband and father. This latest news makes our grieving so much more complicated. We would appreciate being given the space to process and come to terms with this development as we mourn. The investigation into Danny's case is closed. However, law enforcement is still looking into Paul Hutchinson's life and possible connections to other cold cases." Melissa Patton was born on September 9th, 1977, to Carl and Norma Patton. Growing up just outside of Atlanta, Georgia, she shared a close bond with her older sister, Tina. Melissa's personality was infectious. She was often described by her loved ones as bubbly, kind, and trusting. After high school, she married her longtime boyfriend, Christopher Wolfenbarger, and the couple relocated to a different part of Atlanta. Their union was blessed with 2 children, a son named Joey and a daughter named Chrissy. Melissa thrived as a devoted wife and mother, embracing her role with joy and dedication. The last known contact Melissa had with her parents occurred on Thanksgiving Day in 1998. During a phone call from Christopher's grandparents' home, she discussed plans for Christmas, leaving her family with the impression that everything was normal. However, when Melissa failed to appear for the holiday and later missed her mother's birthday in February 1999, her parents' worry turned into alarm. Norma decided to take matters into her own hands and traveled to Melissa's home, only to be met with disturbing news from the neighbors. The Wolfenbargers had mysteriously moved away shortly after Christmas, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. Christopher, Melissa's husband, never filed a missing person report for her, nor did he inform her family of her sudden absence. His silence was deafening, especially considering his documented history of domestic violence against Melissa. The fact that he did not reach out to her family further fueled their fears and suspicions. For Norma, Christopher's actions, or lack thereof, raised chilling questions about what had really happened to her daughter. On April 29, 1999, a gruesome discovery was made in a wooded area along Avon Avenue near Hartford Avenue. Inside a garbage bag, discarded in a dumpster, was the severed and bleached head of a woman. Just over a month later, on June 3rd, more dismembered remains belonging to the same woman were found. These remains, carefully packed in black trash bags and discarded in another dumpster, were missing the torso. Investigators noted that the dismemberment appeared to have been done with a saw, suggesting a methodical and brutal disposal of the body. The locations where the remains were found raised particular interest among investigators. They were alarmingly close to a glass company where Christopher Wolfenbarger, Melissa's husband, had been employed in the late 1990s. This connection was more than a coincidence. Christopher had been dismissed from this company after being suspected of stealing a reciprocal saw, a tool that could easily have been used in the dismemberment of the body. The proximity of the dump sites to his former workplace and his history of theft added a chilling layer to the investigation. As authorities dug deeper, the pieces began to fit together in a disturbing way. The careful dismemberment and the bleaching of the head pointed to a perpetrator who had both the tools and the knowledge to carry out such a heinous act. While the identification of the remains had not yet been confirmed, the proximity to Christopher's past workplace and the nature of the crime created a dark cloud of suspicion over him. In 2003, a significant breakthrough emerged in the haunting case of Melissa Patton's disappearance, when authorities successfully identified the dismembered remains as hers through advanced DNA testing. This pivotal identification hinged on a DNA sample from her father, Carl Patton, who had recently been arrested for a string of unrelated crimes. The discovery not only provided a grim closure to Melissa's family, but also unveiled a sinister facet of Carl's past that had long remained hidden. Between 1973 and 1977, Carl was responsible for the slayings of 5 individuals across Georgia, 3 of which were part of the infamous Flint River slayings. These cases had baffled law enforcement for years, remaining unsolved mysteries until the DNA evidence linked Carl to them. As the investigation deepened, Carl pleaded guilty to 4 of these cases in March 2003 and the 5th in May of the same year. His confessions led to a life sentence without the possibility of parole, sealing his fate behind bars and bringing some measure of justice for his victims. Initially, the revelation of Carl's brutal past led investigators to suspect him in the disappearance and slaying of his own daughter, Melissa. However, further scrutiny and evidence established that Carl had been incarcerated well before Melissa vanished, effectively eliminating him as a suspect in her case. This development was both a relief and a new source of anguish for the Patton family, as it meant that the true perpetrator remained at large. With Carl cleared of any involvement, the focus of the investigation shifted back to Christopher Wolfenbarger, Melissa's estranged husband. Despite the red flags, law enforcement struggled to gather the concrete evidence necessary to press charges against him, leaving Christopher as the sole suspect without formal accusations. In 2024, the police, determined to bring closure to the cold case, re-examined the evidence with fresh eyes and new forensic techniques. These developments finally pointed decisively towards Christopher Wolfenbarger, Melissa's estranged husband, as the prime suspect in her slaying. On a hot summer day in August, law enforcement moved swiftly to apprehend Christopher at his home in Griffin, Georgia. The arrest itself was as bizarre as it was telling. Christopher was found desperately trying to evade capture by hiding behind a dryer in his residence. This attempt to conceal himself only reinforced the suspicion that he had something to hide. The officers wasted no time in taking him into custody, marking a pivotal moment in the long and painful journey toward justice for Melissa. On August 6, 2024, Christopher was formally charged with taking the life of Melissa. At the press conference, Detective Shepherd, who took over the case several years ago, said Christopher had been a person of interest from the beginning, and that probable cause is how they were able to finally make the arrest. When asked what specifically linked Christopher to the slaying, he said, "I want to protect the integrity of the case going forward, so I cannot disclose certain evidence, but we look at everything when it comes to a cold case." For her family, the arrest brought a bittersweet sense of vindication. The man they had long suspected was finally being held accountable, but it also meant revisiting the trauma of their loss. Norma Patton, Melissa's mother, said, "We have finally made it. He is in custody, and now we just need to get over the last hurdle and get him convicted. You do not know what the final straw was that caused him to do what he did to her. He is the only one who has the real answers." She said her last words to her daughter was, I love you, and you know where I am if you need me." Norma said the following about her serial perpetrator husband. He had been devastated when he found out her life had been taken. But he was deliriously happy as soon as he found out Chris had been arrested. Tina, Melissa's sister, said she knew it was Christopher. She said, "From day one, we knew it was Christopher. There was never ever any doubt in our minds who did this. My mom said when she first met him, there was just evil in his eyes. That is so true." For Melissa, she did not deserve what she got. And I hope anybody who is in a domestic violence situation, please get out. In 1987, a 19-year-old woman became pregnant, a momentous event that should have been marked by joy, but the circumstances surrounding it were anything but clear. Details about her life during this time remain obscure, leaving many questions unanswered. Was the pregnancy a result of a relationship, or were there more complex factors at play? The lack of information has only added to the sense of mystery and tragedy that would soon unfold. In October 1987, a man rummaging through a dumpster for recyclables behind a business on the 5400 block of La Sierra Avenue in Riverside, California, made a horrifying discovery. Hidden among the trash was the lifeless body of a newborn baby girl. The Riverside County Coroner's Office conducted a thorough examination and quickly ruled that the newborn's life was taken. Despite the best efforts of the Riverside Police Department's detectives, the investigation hit a wall. They followed every lead, interviewed potential witnesses, and scoured for evidence. But the identity of the baby's mother or anyone involved remained elusive. As the years passed, the case grew cold. The Riverside Police Department's cold case unit made a pivotal decision in 2020. One that would eventually lead to justice for a crime that had been unsolved for over 3 decades. Determined to resolve the case of the unidentified baby girl found in 1987, detectives joined forces with the Riverside County Regional Cold Case Team and the nonprofit organization Season of Justice. This collaboration was driven by the hope that new forensic technologies, especially advanced DNA analysis, could finally identify the mother of the deceased infant. Their dedication paid off when the DNA evidence eventually led them to a name: Melissa Jean Allen Avila. After years of uncertainty, the mother of the baby was finally identified, but the case was far from over. Authorities needed to locate Avila, who had since moved across the country. On August 7, 2024, the long search came to an end when Avila, now a 55-year-old resident of Shelby, North Carolina, was apprehended. Her arrest was the result of coordinated efforts between the U.S. Marshals Pacific Southwest Regional Fugitive Task Force and the U.S. Marshals Carolinas Regional Fugitive Task Force. Following her arrest, Avila was extradited back to Riverside County, California, the place where the tragic events of 1987 had unfolded. She now faced charges for taking the life of her newborn baby girl. Avila, now facing the weight of long-delayed justice, was booked into the Larry D. Smith Correctional Facility. A stark contrast to the years of freedom she had lived, despite the dark shadow of her past. With bail set at $1.1 million, the severity of the charges against her was unmistakably clear. The court will soon hear the evidence that ties Avila to the slaying of her newborn daughter, with DNA analysis playing a pivotal role in the prosecution's case. Wayne Pratt, a 24-year-old man, worked as a gas station operator at the Enco gas station located along U.S. Highway 41 in Winnebago, Wisconsin, about 60 miles southwest of Green Bay. Known for his kind-hearted nature, Wayne was deeply loved by those around him, especially by his wife, Marie Pratt, to whom he was a devoted and caring husband. The night of June 12, 1963, would mark a tragic and unforeseen twist in his life. On that fateful evening, the ordinary rhythm of Wayne's existence was shattered, setting off a chain of events that would leave his family and community in shock. What began as just another day at the gas station quickly turned into a night filled with fear and uncertainty, changing the course of Wayne's life forever. As the evening progressed, the quiet town of Winnebago was unaware that something terrible was about to unfold at the ENCO station. That evening, Wayne Pratt had been at home, relaxing and watching TV. It was an ordinary night until around 8:40 p.m. when the sound of a car pulling up to the gas station interrupted his evening. Always diligent and ready to help, Wayne stepped outside and walked toward the station, assuming that the driver needed gas or assistance. He had no reason to suspect that this encounter would be anything other than routine. As time passed and Wayne did not return home, his wife, Marie, grew increasingly anxious. The minutes stretched into what felt like hours, and her concern deepened. Unable to shake the feeling that something was wrong, Marie decided to head to the gas station herself, hoping to find Wayne busy with a late customer. However, nothing could have prepared her for the horror she was about to uncover. Upon arriving at the ENCO gas station, which was usually bustling with activity, Marie found the scene eerily quiet. Her heart pounded as she entered the building, and her worst fears were realized when she discovered Wayne's lifeless body in the back room. He was covered with a blanket, a shocking sight that made the grim reality all too real. The man she loved and had spent her life with was gone. Overcome with grief and disbelief, Marie immediately called the police, her voice trembling as she reported the tragedy. When authorities arrived, Marie recounted the harrowing details of how she had found her husband. As the investigation into Wayne Pratt's slaying began, the full extent of the brutality he suffered became chillingly clear. Wayne had been stabbed 53 times, a horrifying act of violence that shocked even the most seasoned investigators. The sheer number of wounds indicated a level of rage and personal animosity that made the crime all the more perplexing. Yet, despite the gruesome nature of the attack, there was a glimmer of hope in the form of evidence left behind. Blood that did not belong to Wayne. This discovery suggested that Wayne's assailant had also been injured during the violent struggle. The presence of the attacker's blood at the scene provided investigators with a crucial lead, hinting that the person responsible had left behind a trace of their identity. However, despite this promising clue, the investigation quickly encountered significant challenges. No further details about how the events unfolded that night could be uncovered, leaving many questions unanswered. As the months turned into years, the trail grew colder. Investigators exhausted every lead, but the case remained frustratingly stagnant. With no arrests made and no new evidence coming to light, Wayne Pratt's case began to slip from the forefront of public attention. The case, once a priority, slowly transitioned into a cold case, as the initial burst of investigative activity failed to yield any significant breakthroughs. By the time the late 1960s arrived, the investigation had stalled almost entirely. With limited resources and no new leads, law enforcement had little choice but to scale back their efforts. In 2011, nearly 5 decades after Wayne's life was brutally taken, the case was reopened as investigators sought to leverage advancements in forensic science to find new leads. With DNA technology now more sophisticated, the hope was that re-examining the evidence might finally reveal the identity of Wayne's perpetrator. Investigators focused on the blanket found covering Wayne's body, knowing that any genetic material left behind could provide the breakthrough they needed. By 2015, their efforts seemed to be paying off. Sorensen Forensics, a leading forensic testing company, identified DNA mixtures on the blanket, a promising development that brought new life to the investigation. However, the mixed nature of the DNA samples complicated matters, preventing authorities from entering the information into national databases to search for a match. The investigation stalled once again, as the inability to isolate a clear profile left investigators at a frustrating standstill. 3 years later, however, the case took a significant turn. In 2018, a warrant was issued for the arrest of William Dockstader, an 82-year-old man from Bowler, Wisconsin. Dockstader had been on the radar of investigators since 1963, when he was initially identified as a suspect in the days following Wayne's demise. Tips about his potential involvement resurfaced in 1968 and again in 2022, keeping him in the periphery of the investigation for decades. But it was not until 2023 that new DNA technology provided the evidence needed to conclusively link Dockstader to the crime. In 2023, Sorensen Forensics re-examined the DNA evidence using the latest technology, while cybergenetics employed true allele data analysis to sift through the complex DNA mixtures. The analysis revealed on July 16, 2024, that Dockstader's DNA was statistically identical to the DNA found on the blanket that covered Wayne's body. This breakthrough, though bittersweet, finally provided the answer that investigators, Wayne's family, and the community had sought for over 61 years. Though William Dockstader had passed away in 2022 at the age of 82, the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office officially closed the cold case. The Winnebago County District Attorney's Office reviewed the evidence and confirmed that, had Dockstader been alive, there would have been sufficient grounds to charge him with slaying. The resolution of the case brought a measure of closure to a decades-old mystery, even as the memory of Wayne Pratt's tragic demise continued to resonate with those who had lived through it. In December 1985, the peaceful community of St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin, was rocked by a violent crime that would remain unsolved for nearly 40 years. On the early morning of December 12, 1985, Yvonne Menke, a 45-year-old mother of 4, was found slain in the stairwell of her apartment building. The investigation into Yvonne's demise quickly revealed a complex web of personal relationships and unresolved tensions. This suggested that the crime was not a random act of violence, but rather a deliberate and calculated act. Despite extensive efforts by law enforcement, the case remained a mystery for decades, until a breakthrough split the case wide open. Yvonne Menke, a 45-year-old mother of 4, was a well-regarded member of the local community. Yvonne was entangled in a tumultuous love triangle involving a man named Jack Owen. Yvonne and Owen were in a relationship that was complicated by his involvement with another woman. This love triangle would set the stage for the tragic events that were to unfold. On the early morning of December 12, 1985, Yvonne left her apartment to start her car, unaware that a violent confrontation was about to occur. The crime scene was a rear stairwell of her apartment building. As Yvonne approached her vehicle, she was ambushed by an assailant who had been lying in wait. The attack was cold and deliberate, the perpetrator, having stalked her and planned the attack with chilling precision, followed her. Once they reached the stairwell, the assailant shot Yvonne 3 times. 1 shot struck her in her neck, and 2 more hit her in the back of her head as she lay on the ground, incapacitated and vulnerable. The brutal execution left Yvonne to pass away alone on the dark and cold stairwell. The crime scene was discovered shortly after the crime had been committed, with investigators finding Yvonne's lifeless body and the shell casings from the shots fired. The investigation revealed that the crime was not a spur-of-the-moment act, but rather a premeditated and methodical execution. Following the discovery of Yvonne's body, law enforcement immediately launched a comprehensive investigation into her slaying. The initial focus was on gathering evidence from the crime scene. Detectives meticulously examined the rear stairwell of her apartment building, collecting the shell casings and other potential forensic evidence. Despite their efforts, the investigation faced significant challenges due to the limited number of witnesses and the early hour at which the crime occurred. The community was quiet, and no one reported seeing anything unusual that morning. The forensic evidence collected, including the bullet casings, was sent for analysis. But without immediate links to a suspect, progress was slow. Detectives explored various theories about the motive behind the crime, but the case remained unsolved, and the investigation grew cold over time. In the years that followed, the case was assigned to a cold case unit. Detectives in this unit revisited the evidence and re-examined the case with fresh perspectives and the benefit of new forensic technologies. Advances in forensic science, such as improved DNA analysis techniques, were applied to the evidence in the hope of finding new clues. Despite these renewed efforts, the investigation did not immediately result in any breakthroughs. At least, not until 2022. In 2022, investigators got the break they had been desperately hoping for. Enhanced forensic techniques led to the identification of a DNA match, which linked the evidence to a specific individual previously unknown to the investigation. This individual, Mary Jo Bailey, had lived under the radar for decades. But once her name surfaced, a deeper investigation revealed her possible connection to the case. Bailey's history and background were scrutinized, and it was discovered that she had been involved in a romantic relationship with Jack Owen, who was also connected to Yvonne Menke. This relationship, coupled with the newly discovered forensic evidence, provided a substantial motive and a clear link to the crime. As the investigation tightened around Bailey, law enforcement conducted a thorough search of her past and interviewed her acquaintances. The evidence accumulated pointed increasingly towards Bailey as a prime suspect. The investigation team gathered enough corroborative evidence to seek an arrest warrant. In August 2023, Bailey was arrested in Arizona, where she had been living. Bailey was charged with first degree, and the arrest received significant media attention due to the dramatic turnaround in a case that had gone cold for nearly 40 years. Following her arrest, Bailey was extradited to Wisconsin to face trial. The judicial process began with a series of pre-trial motions and hearings. During this period, Bailey maintained her innocence and did not provide any statements or explanations regarding the crime. The trial, which took place in 2024, was highly anticipated and closely followed by the public, with many hoping for justice for Yvonne Menke and her family after decades of waiting. Mary Jo Bailey was sentenced on July 2, 2024, to life in prison. She will be eligible for parole in 20 years. The resolution of the case brought a sense of closure to Yvonne's family, who had lived with the pain of her loss and the uncertainty of an unsolved crime for years. Before Bailey's sentence was announced, 3 of Yvonne's children, Julie Connors, Sue Raska, and James Menke Jr., provided statements. Julie said, "You waited in a dark stairwell to maliciously take the life of my mom. You sentenced us to a life filled with pain, sadness, and hurt." James Jr. said, "To me, this is not justice. She got to lead her life. We did not live ours. But it is as close as it is going to get. So now we can finally put this behind us, but Bailey should never be let out again." In May 1996, Laura Lollie Winans and Julianne Julie Williams set out for a serene getaway in Shenandoah National Park in Virginia. But what was meant to be a peaceful retreat would turn into a horrifying nightmare. The couple disappeared, and after weeks, the search for the missing women culminated in a heartbreaking discovery. With advancements in forensic technology, the case was reignited, and a breakthrough would finally unravel decades of questions. Lollie Winans and Julie Williams lived lives centered on their love for nature and dedication to helping others. Lollie, who was 26 at the time, had a dynamic personality that seemed made for the wilderness. Growing up in Grosse Pointe, Michigan, she came from a privileged background, but felt more at home in hiking boots than in the structured world she had known. After leaving her traditional college education, Lollie found her calling at Unity College in Maine, a school that emphasized environmental studies and sustainability. There, she trained to become a wilderness guide and worked with at-risk youth, using nature as a tool for healing and growth. 24-year-old Julie had just graduated from Carleton College in Minnesota, where she earned a degree in geology. Julie's connection to nature was deeply academic as well as personal. She wanted to dedicate her life to studying and protecting the environment. The two women had met through shared circles in the outdoor community, and their relationship grew out of a mutual love for nature. They complemented each other, Lollie's outgoing nature balanced by Julie's quieter presence. Together, they planned a trip to Shenandoah National Park in May 1996 as a way to celebrate their love and take a break from their busy lives. But what should have been a peaceful trip ended in unimaginable tragedy. As the sun set on May 24, 1996, the peace of Shenandoah National Park was disrupted. Lollie Winans and Julie Williams, who had been relishing their getaway, had promised to check in with their families regularly. When days passed with no word from them, concern began to mount. By May 29th, Julie's worried parents reported them missing to local authorities, prompting a search that would eventually lead to a devastating end. Park rangers, assisted by local volunteers and state troopers, scoured the trails and campsites where Lollie and Julie were last known to be. Their task was daunting, as the vast expanse of the park, combined with the dense foliage and rugged terrain, made the search challenging. It was not until June 1st that the search yielded a breakthrough. Rangers, their concern growing with each passing hour, combed through a more secluded part of the park near the Skyland Resort. Hidden away in the underbrush near the edge of their campsite, the Rangers found the bodies of Lollie and Julie. The scene was chilling. The women were found with their throats slashed, their bodies nude and exposed, left in a manner that spoke of a violent and deliberate act. Early on in the investigation, the focus shifted to Daryl David Rice, a man with a troubling past. Rice, a local resident with a known history of violence against women, became a prime suspect. Authorities noted that Rice had previously been accused of attacks in the same park, which seemed to draw a troubling connection to the brutal slayings. Rice was charged, and the case seemed to be heading toward a resolution. But the investigation faced a major setback. In 2004, the prosecutors dropped the charges against Rice when DNA evidence conclusively failed to link him to the crime scene. The revelation was a crushing blow for those seeking justice for Lollie and Julie. In the wake of the investigation's standstill, the breakthrough finally came in 2021, nearly 25 years after Lollie Winans and Julie Williams were found lifeless. The FBI's Richmond field office, driven by advances in forensic science and a commitment to solving the cold case, took a fresh look at the evidence. They re-examined old leads, revisited witness statements, and subjected previously collected DNA samples to modern testing techniques. In June 2024, the moment came when a new round of DNA analysis revealed a striking match. This new testing identified a DNA profile that linked back to Walter Leo Jackson Sr., a convicted serial offender with a troubling criminal history. Jackson, who had been serving time in an Ohio prison before his passing in 2018, became the new focus of the investigation. The match was significant, not just because it identified a suspect, but because it marked a nearly 100% certainty that Jackson was responsible for the brutal crimes. Despite Jackson's passing, the revelation of his identity brought a mix of relief and sorrow for the families. Julie's father, Tom Williams, said it is immaterial to him that his daughter's perpetrator lost his life. He said, "Knowing that it is truly the right person involved in the slayings and other assaults, that he is the right person, is good. It would not serve me or anybody having to sit through a trial legally saying this is the person and putting him away." On a July night in 1994 in Scottsdale, Arizona, Angela Marie Maher, just 21, was heading home after a simple act of kindness, a ride for a friend. But in a cruel twist of fate, her path crossed with that of a drunken driver whose recklessness would shatter lives and evade justice. Angela Maher was born and raised in Scottsdale, Arizona. Her father's untimely demise in 1991 left a void in her life, but Angela and her family continued to support one another with resilience and love. In high school, Angela's caring nature became evident through her active involvement with Students Against Drunk Driving, a movement she embraced passionately after losing a close friend to a drunk driving accident. By 1994, Angela was a senior at Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska, where she continued to excel academically and personally. In late July 1994, Angela returned home to Scottsdale for a brief visit, intending to celebrate her mother Rosemarie's 57th birthday. After the birthday celebrations were over, Angela set out at around 10 p.m. in her mother's white Oldsmobile to pick up a friend from a local bar, Styx, before returning home. Angela drove southbound along Scottsdale Road, heading toward her destination. But unbeknownst to her, 31-year-old Gloria Schulze was leaving a bar called Thunder and Lightning. Gloria, having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, was visibly impaired as she got behind the wheel of her maroon van. Moments before the collision, Gloria's van, traveling in the opposite direction as Angela's, drifted across the center line. Despite Angela's attempt to warn Gloria with a horn blast, the driver of the van failed to correct her course. The two vehicles collided violently, with Gloria's van slamming into Angela's car and driving over it. The crash occurred just 5 minutes from Angela's home. The impact was catastrophic. Angela, who was not wearing her seatbelt, suffered severe blunt force trauma to her head. Emergency responders arrived quickly, but the severity of the crash meant there was nothing they could do. Angela was pronounced deceased at the scene. As the news spread, Rose Maher, who had been anxiously waiting for her daughter's return, was met by police officers. Shortly before 1 a.m., they informed her that Angela had been in an accident. The heartbreaking news that her daughter's life had been cut short by a drunk driver was just the beginning of a prolonged and painful fight for justice. Gloria remained at the scene, and her condition was evident from the start. The police noted her bloodshot eyes, slurred speech, and the strong odor of alcohol. A breathalyzer test revealed her blood alcohol content to be 0.15, well above the legal limit, and traces of marijuana were also found in her system. Despite these clear indicators of intoxication, the legal response was astonishingly lenient. Gloria was not arrested immediately, but was instead taken to the hospital for treatment of her injuries. This decision sparked outrage and confusion within the Maher family, who struggled to understand why Gloria remained free while they were left to bury their daughter. The legal proceedings then commenced with Gloria facing charges of manslaughter and reckless endangerment. Employing a high-priced attorney, Gloria's defense team succeeded in obtaining 6 postponements of the trial. Throughout this period, Gloria was ordered to submit to substance testing and report to the court weekly, but she began to miss appointments and failed to comply with these requirements. As the trial date approached in April 2001, Gloria Schulze began preparing for her escape. Within weeks of the scheduled court appearance, she sold 2 of her vehicles and liquidated her credit cards, making her departure less conspicuous. By the time the trial began, Gloria had vanished. Her empty seat in the courtroom sparked the beginning of a nationwide manhunt. Gloria's disappearance was a severe blow, leaving the family with a profound sense of betrayal and frustration. Despite extensive efforts, including features on America's Most Wanted and various national media outlets, Gloria Schulze remained elusive. In the spring of 2024, a breakthrough in the long-buried case of Angela Maher's perpetrator surfaced, delivering a shockingly unexpected twist. For decades, Gloria Schulze had evaded capture by fleeing the country and reinventing herself. The cold case had seemed destined to remain unresolved until an anonymous tip led investigators to a surprising discovery. The breakthrough came after an anonymous source reached out to the Scottsdale police, directing them to a news article that had been published in Yellowknife, Canada. This article was an obituary for a woman named Kate Dooley, who had lived in Yellowknife and had passed away from cancer in December 2019. The article detailed Dooley's life in Canada, including her involvement in local community events and her work in the mining industry. The name Kate Dooley was a significant clue. Through further investigation, it became evident that Kate Dooley was, in fact, Gloria Schulze, the elusive drunk driver who had fled the United States in the wake of her fatal crime. Gloria had successfully evaded the American justice system by adopting a new identity and starting a new life far from her past. In Yellowknife, she became a well-known figure, admired for her work in organizing community fireworks shows and contributing to local events. She had blended into her new community, far removed from the crime she had committed nearly 3 decades earlier. Upon learning of Gloria's new identity, Scottsdale investigators re-examined the case. They found that Gloria had been arrested again in 2009 in Yellowknife for a DUI, a glaring indication that her criminal history had followed her across borders. Despite this, the arrest did not prompt a notification to the U.S. authorities or a connection to her past offenses. Gloria had managed to slip through the cracks, continuing her life under her new identity without the shadow of her past crimes catching up with her. The revelation of Gloria's new identity and her life in Canada stirred up a storm of emotions for the Maher family. While Gloria Schulze had passed away before justice could be served, the discovery brought a semblance of closure to a case that had long seemed forgotten. In 1978, the lifeless body of an 18-year-old woman was discovered by the side of a road in Germany. With 14 stab wounds and a trail of clues, the case baffled investigators. As the years passed, the investigation grew cold, but recent advancements in forensic science have brought new attention to this chilling crime. As old leads were revisited and fresh evidence emerges, the dark secrets of that fateful night might finally come to light. Cornelia Humpfer, an 18-year-old from Germany, was an active member of her church's music group, the Band of Jericho, where she was admired for her talent and dedication. But her life would take a tragic turn when she became romantically involved with a man named Tommie Molina. Tommie Molina was a 24-year-old American soldier stationed in Schweinfurt, Germany in the late 1970s. At the time, he was serving in the U.S. Army and was accompanied by his first wife, Linda Molina, and their young son. The Molina family's presence in Schweinfurt was part of the broader American military commitment in Germany, which involved numerous service members and their families stationed across the country. Cornelia's relationship with Tommie was fraught with complications. They had to keep their ongoing affair a secret from Tommie's wife, and would often sneak around in secluded spots or in the confines of his car. Things would eventually take a dark and violent turn. On the morning of April 21st, 1978, Cornelia Humpfer's body was discovered by the side of a road in a quiet area near Schweinfurt. The scene was grim. She had been violently stabbed 14 times in the neck and back. Initial inquiries led investigators to a witness who reported seeing a small car with a green license plate in the vicinity of the crime scene. This detail was significant because American military vehicles in Germany often had green plates. The car description matched a Fiat 124 owned by Tommie Molina. As the investigation unfolded, German authorities questioned Tommie 5 days after the slaying. He claimed he had been at home with his wife, Linda, that evening. When she was questioned, Linda could not recall the details of that night, which cast doubt on Tommie's alibi. The autopsy revealed that Cornelia had been stabbed with a knife, leaving behind crucial evidence that might have linked the crime to her assailant. Despite the detailed findings, including the nature of the wounds and the presence of male DNA inside her body, the case quickly went cold. In 1978, forensic technology was not advanced enough to provide a clear link between Tommie and the crime scene. While the witness description of a green license plate matched Tommie's car, this alone was not enough to establish his involvement in the stabbing. The initial lack of concrete evidence and the challenges in connecting Tommie directly to the crime led to a slow progression in the investigation. Months turned into years with little advancement in the case. In 1995, a significant lead emerged when Tommie Molina's third wife, Cindy Newstead, reported to U.S. Army criminal investigators that Tommie had confessed to her, while intoxicated, about his involvement in Cornelia's slaying. He revealed to her that he had been having an affair with Cornelia and that she was pregnant with his child, threatening to expose their relationship. This confession, although not immediately actionable, kept the case alive in the investigator's mind. Despite this lead, Tommie denied any involvement when questioned again in 1996, and the investigation stalled. But advancements in DNA technology in the following decades provided new hope. In 2019, German authorities decided to revisit the cold case. They requested a fresh blood sample from Cornelia's body, which had been preserved since the crime. A federal warrant was issued in October 2020, allowing the FBI to obtain a new blood sample from Tommy Molina. The forensic analysis of this sample, compared to DNA recovered from Cornelia's clothing, confirmed a match. In June 2023, Tommy Molina was arrested at his home in Gering, Nebraska, after a decades-long investigation. He was then awaiting extradition to Germany, where he faces the possibility of justice for the crime. Linda Newstead and Tommy divorced in 1996, and he and Linda, his first wife, got back together, with her supporting him at his extradition hearings. Tommie's lawyers argued that the prosecution's case was too flimsy to warrant extradition at a series of hearings since his arrest last year. But in May 2024, the U.S. District Court agreed to the extradition and said he will be flown to Germany in the next few weeks. In June 2024, he arrived in Germany. Tommie was brought before a judge of the Schweinfurt District Court immediately after his arrival in Germany. His trial date will be announced soon. He faces up to 15 years in jail. On the evening of March 22, 1993, Carmen van Huss went with her family to visit her sick grandmother at Community Hospital South. The 19-year-old gave her father, James Van Huss Sr., and youngest brother, who had just turned 3, a ride to their Southside Indianapolis home, arriving around 9:30 p.m. Her father asked her to stay the night, but she said she had to get home to wash her Pizza Hut uniform. She was a waitress for the restaurant chain at the time. 2 days later, on March 24th, Pizza Hut managers were worried after Carmen missed days of work and did not answer her phone. They looked up the emergency contact on her employment application and reached her father. James went to his daughter's apartment and found a scolding note on her door. The door was also unlocked. Inside the apartment, he found a horrific scene. The Marion County Sheriff's deputies were called to Carmen's Turtle Creek North apartment in the 8,200 block of Harcourt Road, just south of St. Vincent Hospital, at around 7:30 p.m. on a report of an unconscious person. There, they found the teen lifeless, lying naked on her back on the floor, next to a bed. The door of the apartment was partially open, but investigators did not see any signs of forced entry. The deputies saw signs of a struggle inside the apartment, including a knocked-over table, clothing thrown on the floor, a large pool of blood near Carmen's head, and blood splatters around her body. She had over 60 stab wounds to her head, face, and body. She was also missing her left earring, which appeared to have been torn from her ear. The investigators believe the assault took place in the living room and that the suspect then went into the kitchen to possibly wash himself. The investigators found a white paper bag with bloodstains in the kitchen trash can. The police interviewed multiple people who lived near Carmen. The neighbors told the police that they heard Carmen and an unidentified man talking and laughing as they entered her apartment. Another neighbor heard Carmen yell, "Get off me! Get off me!" And he also heard slamming, banging noises and a male arguing for about 30 minutes. Then, at about 1:30 a.m., hurried footsteps were heard leaving the apartment. No one called the police, but someone complained to the complex management, who left a handwritten note on Carmen's door, chiding her for the noise and telling her to be more considerate of her neighbors. This is the scolding note her father found on her door. Marion County Sheriff Sergeant Dave Wilkes said at the time that several people, including some ex-boyfriends, were questioned, but there were no suspects. DNA evidence was found on Carmen's body, and blood was found on a paper bag in her apartment. Despite the effort of law enforcement, due to a lack of forensic techniques, the case stalled. The detectives had interviewed dozens of people over the years. They had followed up on hundreds of leads, but the case had eventually gone cold. In 2000, the detectives requested to add Carmen's DNA to state and national databases. Unfortunately, no matches were found. In 2014, Bill Carter, a captain with the Indianapolis Police, started looking into the case in his spare time. He raised money through GoFundMe for special DNA testing and started a Facebook group and a website called Justice for Carmen van Huss. In 2018, the department submitted the sample of DNA found at the scene to a specialty company. In November 2023, an investigator used online records to find out who was living near Carmen in March 1993. They came across Dana Shepherd's name. Shepherd was identified as a suspect with the help of genetic genealogy analysis. The 52-year-old man, who would have been 21 at the time of the horrific crime, was working as a janitor at the University of Missouri when he was visited by Indianapolis Metropolitan Police detectives early in 2024. Shepherd was visibly shaking as he read the warrant for his DNA. Once the Marion County Forensic Services Agency received DNA samples for traditional forensic testing in June 2024, the agency confirmed that Shepherd's DNA profile matched DNA samples found at the crime scene. Later, investigators looked at multiple arrest records dating from 1992 to 1996. These records confirmed that Shepherd lived in the same complex and, at one point, in an adjacent building to the victim. When the detectives investigated how close his previous unit was to Carmen's, they found that it took just 30 seconds to get there. Both apartments were connected internally by a shared common area, which included a laundry room. Shepherd was arrested in connection to Carmen's slaying on August 3, 2024 on 2 counts of slaying and 1 count of assault with fatal force. When the officers went to arrest him, he invoked his right to a lawyer without speaking with the detectives. Shepherd appeared in a Boone County, Missouri courtroom via video call on September 4th. His bond was denied, and the judge set an extradition hearing for September 26th. Deputy Chief Kendale Adams of the Police Department's Criminal Investigations Division said in a statement that he hopes Shepherd's arrest brings Carmen's family some measure of peace. He added, "For 31 years, the family of Carmen van Huss has been searching for answers and justice." Carmen's family spoke at a press conference and said that they are grateful for those who helped solve the case. Carmen is missed by many people, including cousins who loved her like sisters and an aunt who loved her like a daughter. But many details of the case remain unknown, such as whether Carmen had planned to meet with her perpetrator in her apartment or had met him spontaneously. Carmen's brother, Jimmy Van Huss, said in a statement, "For my dad to have to find his daughter after what was brutally done to her makes this day bittersweet. I wish he was here to see it." Their father had passed away years back. Her family members said they are saddened that she was not able to graduate from college or get married. The family hopes that more cases will be solved thanks to DNA and genetic genealogy. Jimmy said, "We would love a bill, a law, a procedure, something in Carmen's memory to get the attention other cases deserve." On October 22, 2016, while firefighters in Lexington, Kentucky were taking part in training, they spotted vehicles on the floor of the river using a sonar radar. Many of them were stolen vehicles, however. One raised alarm for LFD District Chief Chris Warren. It was a 1967 Ford Fairlane that was very badly decayed and rusted. There were no identification markers on the car anywhere. Once the car was removed, the department discovered what Fayette County Coroner Gary Ginn described as scant skeletal remains and a woman's purse. Multiple other items were also found inside. The authorities immediately tried to identify the remains, but were initially unsuccessful. In 2017, District Chief Christopher Warren began to dedicate his every waking second to identify the remains. He began sifting through hundreds of missing person cases from 1968 to 1975 and located a missing persons case in Ohio, but the DNA markers were inconclusive. Warren searched thousands and thousands of missing persons reports until one day he found a blog that somebody said that was one of their family members. In July 2018, Chief Warren discovered the blog post and connected with the family. He shared with them what he found and slowly connected the dots. He was able to obtain DNA from a third-generational niece that was sent to NAMUS for comparison. Those results were inconclusive. Coroner Ginn said, "In order to match DNA, you have to have another person who has DNA on file, and if you do not have the file, you will never find the person." In June 2020, bone structures and DNA samples were sent from DNA Labs Internationals in Florida to Parabon Nanolabs in Virginia for additional profiling. It was not without complications, though. The first round of DNA sent to the lab had exploded during the transition, completely compromising the samples. It took another year before a second round of DNA could be sent back to Parabon Nanolabs for testing. It was like seeing the light at the end of the tunnel for Warren when he received the results in August 2024. The DNA was a match for Martha Smith Helmick and her sister, Flora Smith Helmick. 57-year-old Martha and her sister, 52-year-old Flora, were orphans, and they married two brothers. Both sisters were widowed by the year they disappeared, in August 1973. They were working as housekeepers at the time for a war veteran named John Keaton, who was 81 years old. On the night they had disappeared, on August 3rd, John was driving the sisters to his family reunion in Dabbled, Kentucky, in his light green 1967 Ford Fairlane. John was noted to have been poor at driving at the time, as he had received several traffic citations. He had gotten into an accident sometime before the trio's disappearance. They never showed up at the reunion, and they were reported missing and had been missing ever since. The multiple items that were found inside the vehicle led to the identification of Martha. Items such as bones of a foot inside pantyhose, an elevated shoe that Martha used to wear, a coin purse that had items inside the family confirmed. Also, a gray dress Martha wore at the time of her disappearance, and a key that was traced back to a trailer Martha lived in, but disposed of years ago. A piece of the puzzle toward confirming Martha's identity was a fractured tibia bone that had never healed correctly, which she needed corrective shoes for. Because of the fractured tibia, one of her legs were shorter than the other. Coroner Ginn said that they believe all three victims drowned in the accident. Chief Warren said, "The day that I got confirmation the DNA was proven, that was an amazing phone call I got to make. To call Cathy, a niece of Martha's, and her family and says it is over like they are coming home." Chief Warren said, "So many moments throughout the entire investigation that if one thing had not happened, if this one thing had not happened, there would be no case. She is like an aunt to me at this point, like my Virginia mom. That whole family is fantastic. I love being around them and talking to them. We will always be in touch, there is no doubt." In August 2024, Martha's remains were returned to her family in Bridgewater, Virginia. The family held a small funeral and laid her to rest in the family cemetery next to her husband. The remains of her sister and their employer have never been found. Authorities have closed the cases of Martha, Flora, and John after concluding that an accident had occurred. The bodies of Flora and John have never been found, but it is suspected they had perished alongside Martha in the Kentucky River. On January 9, 1980, 25-year-old Susan Lee Wolfe was abducted while walking in the 200 block of Franklin Boulevard in Texas. She was walking from her residence to a friend's house. Susan had just enrolled at the University of Texas Austin School of Nursing. Susan had planned to stay the night with her friend on 49th Street because her residence had been exterminated for roaches. A witness reported seeing Susan walking eastbound in the 200 block of Franklin Boulevard when a Dodge Polara stopped and the driver exited, placing her into a bear hug with a coat over her head, and he forced her into the car. The witness also saw the passenger door of the car open, but did not see what the passenger did during the abduction. The witness said it was a white vinyl/maroon two-door Dodge. The vehicle also had major collision damage to the passenger door. The next morning, on January 10th at 8:34 a.m., a citizen found the partially clothed body of Susan while inspecting rental property in the South Alley of the 2000 block of East 17th Street in Austin. Dr. Robert Bayardo performed an autopsy on the body. The results showed that Susan had lost her life from a single gunshot wound to the head. There was also evidence that she had been strangled and assaulted. The investigation produced more than 40 persons of interest over the years, but only 6 suspects were interviewed. Unfortunately, the detectives could not find the guilty party and the case went cold. A big break in the case came in April 2023, when detectives submitted evidence related to Susan's assault. Almost a year later, the results ruled out the 6 suspects and identified 78-year-old Deck Brewer Jr. as a possible match. In September 2024, Austin police detectives obtained a DNA sample from Brewer and interviewed him in Massachusetts. According to the police, Brewer said he had been in Austin and San Antonio, Texas, around the time of the slaying. Brewer invoked his right to counsel after he was told that his DNA was found at the scene of a slaying. His DNA sample was tested, and the report read that he cannot be excluded as the contributor of the partial major component in this DNA profile. Brewer was then charged with Susan's slaying. Brewer is already incarcerated in Massachusetts on unrelated charges. The police are continuing to search for the person who was in the passenger seat on the day she was forced into the car. Charles Wolfe was only 15 years old when his sister, Susan, was slain. He said, "Susan was always a surrogate mom to me. She was 10 years older, and when I look back at the family videos and movies, I am always in her care." He added, "Her demise certainly left a scar, an open wound in our family that we never thought that there would be any type of healing for." Charles said that he and his family held on to hope for decades that justice would eventually be served. But as the years progressed and no updates surfaced, he started to let go of that hope. He said, "Then, on Friday, I turned on the KXAN broadcast, and there it is, the break that we had been waiting for." He continued, "It was amazing. It was an out-of-body experience. It was as if a dream had come true. I actually was dumbfounded. I could not believe what I was watching." While Charles was happy to learn of the break in the case, he said he was disappointed he learned from the news. He said, "I expected to hear something from APD prior to the broadcast being aired. I am certainly happy that there has been a break, but I am really disappointed with the communication." When asked why the Austin police detectives did not alert Charles, the APD said they are working with detectives to find out more. On December 15, 1996, deputies responded to 6700 US 41 North Palmetto, Florida, and observed a body floating face down in a drainage canal. The divers retrieved the body of an unidentified white female, wearing a gold ring on her right index finger. The medical examiner on the scene noted the victim had trauma to the right side of her neck and face. The autopsy found that the female victim had been stabbed 83 times throughout her body. The report also noted that there was no water in her lungs and no evidence of assault. The body remained unidentified until May 22, 1997, when dental records positively identified the victim as Doris Korell. The detectives were unaware that the St. Pete Police Department had been looking for 45-year-old Doris Korell, who lived with her boyfriend Stephen Ford in a duplex on 92nd Avenue North Street, Petersburg. Her daughter, who lived in Maryland, reported her missing on December 11, 1996, after Stephen called her to ask if she had seen her mother. Stephen claimed Doris left in her car to go shopping after they argued. Detectives located Doris's red Mazda RX-7 on December 18th at the Pinella Square Mall, but there was no evidence that a struggle or attack took place inside the car. The detectives searched the home of Doris and Stephen again, a few days after Doris was reported missing. They noticed a decomposing smell inside his residence. They also discovered stains on the bedding and mattress that were not there during the previous search. A note was also found that Stephen addressed to his 2 sons, describing how he wanted to be with Doris as she was no longer alive. They also found opened Christmas gifts. Stephen denied involvement in her disappearance or demise. Detectives asked him what he thinks should happen to the person that took her life. After a significant pause, he said, "An eye for an eye." He also said, "If I took her life, I should get the end-of-life penalty." On December 24, 1996, the detectives went to Stephen's residence to conduct a follow-up interview. When he did not answer the door, they made entry through an unlocked window and found him semi-conscious and foaming from the mouth. He had ingested bleach to try and end his life. St. Pete detectives interviewed Stephen's former girlfriend on January 5, 1997, and learned about a letter mailed in October the previous year, in which he wrote, "I hope she gets the message that I do not want her here anymore." However, due to a lack of physical evidence and leads in the months to follow, the investigations went cold, and Stephen then moved to Delaware. In 2017, a cold case detective reopened the case and began a thorough process of re-examining files from both Manatee and St. Pete police. Over the next 6 years, new information came to light. Acquaintances of Doris said the couple were having domestic and financial problems and that Doris feared Stephen. Then, in July 2024, DNA swabs obtained from Doris's autopsy were sent off for testing. On August 12, 2024, the detectives received notification that no foreign DNA profiles were identified, making it improbable that Doris was assaulted at the time of her slaying. They also learned through DNA testing that the mysterious bed stain was Stephen's bodily fluids from an attempt to take his own life. The detectives believed that he parked her car at the Pinella Square Mall and wiped it down. Detectives also learned that he rented a storage unit the day after Doris went missing. He moved all of her jewelry, clothing, and photos to the unit so that her daughter could not get it. The cold case detectives noted that his behavior showed a clear pattern of consciousness of guilt. Stephen also deliberately tried to mislead investigators, and because of his attempts to end his own life, it led investigators to believe that he was the one responsible for ending Doris's life and disposed of her body in Manatee County. On August 16, 2024, with the help of the Delaware State Police, he was taken into custody during a traffic stop near his home in Georgetown, Delaware. He was extradited and booked into the Manatee County Jail on August 30th. According to Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody's office, Stephen stated that his past has come up to haunt him after his arrest. Doris's daughter, Laura Gaddy, said, "He was the prime suspect. Detectives just worked through everything until they figured they had a good, substantial case to go ahead and make an arrest." Laura said the following about the upcoming court proceedings: "I am going to learn of new things that I do not know, and I will be able to ask the questions that I have. Questions she hopes are answered when Stephen Ford goes on trial." She said why he did it with the weapon that he used, the purpose of doing it, and then disposing of her body. A suspicious black bag was left smoldering on an Atlanta, Georgia street and was found by horrified locals. Deputies responded to the intersection of Whitfield Road and Stitcher Road on December 6, 2007. There, they discovered the burning bag. When they opened the bag, they found partial human remains inside. The remains were partial, as the hands, feet, and head were missing. It was determined that the remains belonged to an adult black woman, but she could not be identified. Because of this, it left investigators with more questions than answers. The case quickly went cold. For nearly 2 decades, this case has remained a mystery. A closer look at the case and advancements in DNA technology finally led to a breakthrough in 2023. The DNA was sent to labs in Virginia and Houston for analysis as part of a renewed focus on cold cases. The investigators said those results were then sent to the GBI Crime Lab for comparison. On December 13, 2023, a positive DNA match was made, and the identity was that of Nicole Alston, whose last known residence was Manhattan, New York, and she was 24 years old in 2007. Nicole left the Big Apple in 2007 with her friend Angel Marie Thompson for a new life in Atlanta, Georgia. Her family said the last time that they heard from her was Thanksgiving of that same year. It appears that Nicole's friend Angel was wanted in New York for theft and identity fraud at that time. In a bizarre twist, for 8 years after the body parts were found in 2007, Nicole appeared to be alive and well, according to the use of Social Security benefits, food stamps, and, at one point, Section 8 housing. It turns out it was not Nicole. Instead, it was her good friend Angel, who she had begun her Atlanta adventure with years earlier. The authorities say she had been assuming Nicole's identity and collecting her benefits from 2007 to 2015, totaling $200,000. The charade ended in 2015 when the Social Security Administration tried to contact Nicole to have her requalify for benefits. At that point, Angel took back her own identity, but investigators began to connect the dots and were able to link the two cases for the first time. Sergeant Stuart Smith with the Troup County Sheriff's Office said, "At this time, we cannot really say 100% if this person was the perpetrator or not." They believe the actual slaying did not happen in Troup County. They believe it took place somewhere else and that the remains were just discarded there on the side of the road. So the question still remains, who slayed her? On August 19th, 2024, Angel Marie Thompson was arrested and charged with concealing the demise of her friend Nicole. But the Troup County Sheriff's Office said that it has not been determined who actually took Nicole's life, and the investigation is still ongoing. In the late 1970s, Ventura County, California, was rocked by a string of unsolved crimes that would leave a dark mark on its history. 3 women, Kimberly Fritz, Velvet Sanchez, and Lorraine Rodriguez, were found strangled. During this time, the California area was gripped by a wave of violent crimes, with authorities aware that other unsolved cases were unfolding nearby. The investigators delved into the circumstances surrounding the demise of these 3 women, and they could not ignore the unsettling possibility that a predatory figure who had managed to elude capture may have been preying on vulnerable victims throughout the area. As the years rolled on, the cases grew cold, but the evidence was meticulously preserved, waiting for breakthroughs in forensic technology to offer new hope. Years would turn into decades, until finally a breakthrough came that would tie these women together in the most horrific of ways. During the 1970s, California was a state of contradictions. With its sun-drenched beaches and iconic scenery, it was a paradise where many families flocked to pursue the American dream. But beneath the surface, a darker reality began to take hold. Crime rates surged, and a growing unease began to permeate the state, especially in major urban areas like Los Angeles and San Francisco. What was once a safe haven for its residents became the focal point for a series of brutal and high-profile crimes that shook the nation. As this wave of violence spread, it seemed no community was safe. There was widespread fear and uncertainty as the headlines told of one horrifying crime after another. It was during this time that the first in a string of chilling cases would surface, starting with the case of Kimberly Fritz. Kimberly Fritz was just 18 years old when her life was tragically cut short. On May 29, 1977, her lifeless body was discovered in a motel room in Port Hueneme, California. The manner of her demise was chilling. She had been strangled with her own undergarments, a method that spoke to the brutality of her perpetrator. Kimberly, who had recently moved to California from Ann Arbor, Michigan, was one of 3 sisters. Her case, seemingly isolated at first, would soon become the start of a much darker pattern, linking her tragic fate to the growing terror spreading across California. Just months later, on September 9th, 31-year-old Velvet Sanchez was found slain in a similar manner. Her body was discovered in a motel in Oxnard, California. Her life taken in the same brutal fashion, strangulation with her undergarments. Velvet had recently left her job in the U.S. Navy Exchange, and she was a mother. The horror continued later that year when, in late December, the body of 21-year-old Lorraine Rodriguez was found dumped along Laguna Road in the Oxnard Plain area. Lorraine, too, had been strangled. A mother of 2 young children, Lorraine was remembered by her family as a loving and devoted mother, whose world revolved around her son and daughter. The discovery of her body marked the third in a series of violent crimes that would leave authorities baffled for decades to come. When the bodies of Kimberly Fritz, Velvet Sanchez, and Lorraine Rodriguez were discovered, investigators were immediately struck by the similarities between the cases. Each woman had been strangled with her own undergarments, and their bodies were arranged in identical, degrading positions. These shared characteristics led Dr. Ronald Kornblum, the coroner medical examiner at the time, to publicly suggest in 1978 that a single individual was likely responsible for all 3 slayings. This theory was compelling, especially in an era when the concept of a serial offender was just beginning to enter the public's consciousness. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, the precursor to the modern understanding of criminal profiling, was still in its infancy. And the study of serial offenders was largely uncharted territory. Investigators relied heavily on patterns and gut instincts, rather than the psychological profiling techniques that would develop in the years to come. As the investigation progressed, detectives came across troubling inconsistencies that cast doubt on the theory of a single perpetrator. While the methods of strangulation and body positioning were consistent, subtle differences in the evidence surrounding Lorraine Rodriguez's slaying began to surface. These discrepancies were minor, but raised questions about whether all 3 slayings were truly connected or if the similarities were simply coincidental. These doubts were only emphasized by the limitations of the time. The lack of a clear suspect or strong leads made it difficult for investigators to sustain public interest in the cases. What also added to the difficulties for detectives was the scarcity of witnesses and credible leads. The victims, all of whom were prostitutes, led transient lifestyles that made it difficult for investigators to piece together their final movements. Kimberly, Velvet, and Lorraine came from different backgrounds, but were drawn into a world where prostitute work was less a choice and more a means of survival. They were driven by economic hardship, lack of support, or challenging personal circumstances. The details of their lives are scarce, leaving only fragments of who they were beyond their professions. Despite their deep connections to their families, these aspects of their lives were overshadowed by their involvement in prostitute work, which shaped the limited narrative shared with the public. The stigma attached to their profession further complicated matters, as potential witnesses were often reluctant to come forward, fearing judgment or legal repercussions. Even with the clear connections between the slayings, the cases of Kimberly Fritz, Velvet Sanchez, and Lorraine Rodriguez received little attention from the media. The lack of media coverage not only hindered the investigation, but also reinforced the stigma surrounding their lives. 14 years later, on July 6, 1992, 29-year-old Nona Stamey Cobb was last seen at the Welcome Center on Interstate 85 in Cleveland County, North Carolina. Witnesses reported seeing her get into a truck driven by an unidentified man. The following day, her lifeless body was discovered on the northbound side of Interstate 77 in Surry County, more than 100 miles away. Nona had been strangled, a detail that immediately drew parallels to the California slayings. Like the victims in Ventura County, Nona was a prostitute, and her body had been left near a highway. This was a pattern that told investigators that a methodical and calculating offender was responsible. Given the similarities, investigators initially believed Nona's demise might be linked to Sean Patrick Goebel, who had been arrested in 1995 for a series of similar crimes. But when DNA evidence from her crime scene was tested, it revealed a different story entirely. Goebel was ruled out as a suspect, and Nona's case remained unsolved for nearly 3 decades. The breakthrough in the investigation began with advancements in DNA technology. This provided investigators with a new tool to re-examine old cases. In the case of Nona Stamey Cobb, whose case had remained unsolved, since 1992, investigators decided to take another look at the DNA evidence collected from the scene. Using advanced techniques, they were able to generate a complete DNA profile from the biological evidence found on her body. This profile was then entered into CODIS. To the investigators' surprise, the DNA from Nona's case matched a profile in CODIS, one belonging to Warren Luther Alexander. Warren Luther Alexander was born on January 12, 1951, and his early life appeared quite ordinary. Growing up in Oxnard, California, he attended local schools throughout the 1950s and 1960s. Like many young men of his generation, he enlisted in the military, serving in the U.S. Marine Corps during the tumultuous Vietnam War era, a period that left many veterans grappling with post-traumatic stress and challenges in readjusting to civilian life. After completing his military service, Alexander briefly worked as a taxi driver. This role likely introduced him to a transient lifestyle and frequent interactions with strangers, experiences that would later shape his career as a long-haul trucker. By the 1970s, he had returned to Oxnard and embarked on a trucking career, a profession that would dominate the next 3 decades of his life and provide the means and opportunity for a series of horrific crimes. His childhood in Oxnard, combined with his return during the 1970s, coincided with the timeline of the California slayings. This potentially gave him a local advantage in selecting victims and evading detection. By the time he was living in Diamond Head, Mississippi, advancements in DNA technology led to the connection. This DNA match resulted in Alexander's arrest in March 2022 for the case of Nona Cobb, but the implications of this discovery extended far beyond North Carolina. A year after Alexander's arrest, Ventura County's Cold Case Unit began re-examining the 1977 slayings of Kimberly Fritz, Velvet Sanchez, and Lorraine Rodriguez. This renewed focus involved uploading evidence from the crime scenes into a national DNA database used by slayings detectives across the country. The hope was that advancements in forensic technology might yield new insights or connections. As they meticulously reanalyzed the preserved evidence, investigators hoped to uncover links that had eluded them for decades. This effort led to a match with Warren Luther Alexander's profile, connecting his DNA from Nona Cobb's case to the crime scenes in California. Alexander's DNA became the crucial link that finally solved the cold cases from 1977, bringing renewed hope for justice for the victims and their families. Despite the seriousness of the charges, the Ventura County District Attorney's Office has opted not to pursue the end-of-life penalty for Alexander. District Attorney Eric Nasarenko explained that pursuing capital punishment would extend the timeline of the case significantly, and with aging witnesses, there is an urgent need to proceed. Instead, the prosecution is seeking a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Alexander's legal proceedings were put into motion, with his arraignment commencing in Ventura County Superior Court on August 21, 2024, where he pleaded not guilty. He is currently being held in Ventura County Jail without bail. As the investigation progresses, authorities remain committed to uncovering the full extent of Alexander's alleged crimes. The collaborative efforts of the District Attorney's Office, the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, local police departments, and the FBI shines a spotlight on the dedication to achieving justice. The arrest of Alexander also unearthed a disturbing trend that the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, has been monitoring since the early 2000s. As investigators continue to dig deeper into Alexander's past, they are uncovering a history that aligns with the profiles of other identified serial offender truckers. In 2004, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation alerted the FBI's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, VICAP, after discovering a concerning number of women whose lives were taken and then found along highways. This prompted VICAP analysts to examine similar cases across the nation. Their findings revealed hundreds of violent crimes spanning decades, many sharing common characteristics. The victims were predominantly women engaged in high-risk activities such as prostitute work, hitchhiking, or substance abuse. The bodies were often discovered along or near highways, particularly at truck stops or rest areas. The nature of these cases frequently crossed jurisdictional lines, complicating investigations and connections between them. In response to these alarming discoveries, the FBI launched the Highway Serial Slayings (HSK) initiative in 2009. Recognizing the need for a coordinated approach, this program aims to collect and analyze data on highway-related slayings, identify potential serial perpetrators operating across state lines, coordinate efforts among local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, and provide resources to help solve these intricate cases. Since its inception, the initiative has identified over 850 victims and around 450 potential suspects. The identification and arrest of Warren Luther Alexander offer a measure of closure for the families of Kimberly Fritz, Lorraine Sanchez, and Velvet Rodriguez, who have awaited answers for nearly 5 decades. But the investigation is far from over, and the possibility of more victims is unfortunately extremely likely. As authorities diligently continue their work, they are not only pursuing justice for these women, whose lives were tragically cut short in 1977, but also striving to uncover any additional victims who may have fallen prey to Alexander's violent actions. Given the similarities between the California slayings and the case of Nona Stamey Cobb, it is likely that detectives will uncover further crimes committed by Alexander, ensuring that all victims receive the recognition and justice they deserve. A young woman, full of life and on the brink of celebrating her 24th birthday, would have her future stolen in a moment of unimaginable violence. Christin Cassels, a 23-year-old from Hawthorne, Florida's life was tragically taken just 5 days before her birthday. The shooting occurred in the garage of her boyfriend's residence, leaving her family and community devastated by the sudden loss. Her story, marked by love, tragedy, and unanswered questions, remains etched in the hearts of those who knew her. Christin Cassels entered the world on April 25, 1993, in the small town of Hawthorne, born to Randy and Brenda Warnick Cassels. During her school years at Hawthorne High School, Christin was not just a student, but an active participant in various activities. She excelled in softball, weightlifting, and was a dedicated member of the Future Farmers of America. Her Sundays were often spent at Eden Baptist Church, where she was a regular attendee, reflecting her strong ties to her community. After high school, Christin embarked on a career in healthcare, working as a medical assistant. Life in Hawthorne was simple yet fulfilling for Christin, as she balanced her professional responsibilities with her personal life. Yet, beneath the surface of her seemingly idyllic life, an unforeseen shadow was slowly creeping in, one that would soon shatter the peace she had known all her life. On the brink of her 24th birthday, the life Christin had carefully built began to unravel. On April 21, 2017, what should have been an ordinary evening for Christin and her boyfriend took a horrific and unforeseen turn. The couple had spent the day enjoying the warm sands and calming waves of a Florida beach, soaking in the simple joys of life. As they returned to their Central Florida home, the peace of the day lingered, the kind of contentment that comes after a day well spent. Christin, always mindful of her responsibilities, remembered she needed to grab her scrubs for work the next morning. She stepped out of the car, unaware that her life was about to be violently interrupted. As Christin approached the house, a group of individuals emerged from the shadows, their intentions cold and calculated. They were there to rob the home, and their presence turned the once tranquil atmosphere into one of immediate and paralyzing danger. Christin, sensing the threat, instinctively began to move toward the safety of the house, where her boyfriend was waiting, but safety was a fleeting notion that night. Without warning, the sound of gunfire pierced the air, shattering the silence of the night and the sense of security that Christin had always known. In a desperate attempt to escape, Christin was struck in the back by a bullet. The moment was chaotic, terrifying, and filled with an unimaginable sense of betrayal by the world she had known. The gunfire was relentless. Her boyfriend, shocked and horrified, ran outside in a desperate bid to protect Christin and their home. In the chaos, he returned fire, but the damage had already been done. Christin lay mortally wounded. Her boyfriend, though physically unharmed, was left to grapple with the emotional and psychological scars of witnessing the brutal end of the woman he loved. As the assailants fled into the night, they left behind more than just the remnants of a botched robbery. They left a community in mourning, a family in deep despair, and a future that Christin would never get to live. For years, the family of Christin has been unwavering in their pursuit of justice, determined to see those responsible for her tragic demise held accountable. Leading this effort has been her mother, Brenda Cassels, who has become a vocal advocate. She was tirelessly demanding answers and refusing to let her daughter's memory fade. Despite the passage of time and the pain of loss, Brenda's resolve has never faltered. After a grueling 7-year investigation, their perseverance has finally paid off. The Alachua County Sheriff's Office, working diligently to piece together the events of that fateful night, announced a major breakthrough in the case. 3 suspects were arrested in connection with Christin's slaying, marking a significant milestone in the long quest for justice. These arrests have brought a sense of hope to a family that has endured years of uncertainty and grief. On July 15, 2024, the first suspect, Kenneth Altador, was arrested in Fort Lauderdale with the assistance of the Broward County Sheriff's Office. Just a day later, on July 16, Blake Jackson was apprehended in Hollandale Beach, also in Hollywood, Florida, again with support from the Broward County Sheriff's Office. Both Altador and Jackson are currently being held in the Broward County Jail, awaiting extradition to Alachua County, where they will face charges related to Christin's demise. The third suspect, Nikinson Perrin, adds another layer of complexity to the case. Currently serving time in a federal prison in Seattle, Washington, on unrelated charges, Perrin has also been charged in connection with Christin's case. Despite the logistical challenges posed by his incarceration in another state, authorities are moving forward with the case, determined to bring all involved to justice. The detectives continue to work tirelessly, seeking to uncover every detail of the crime and gather additional evidence. As we reflect on the life of Christin Cassels, we are reminded that justice, though delayed, is not forgotten. The arrests in her case bring a glimmer of hope to her family and community, who have long sought answers. Christin's story is a poignant reminder of the fragility of life and the relentless pursuit of justice that continues even in the face of unimaginable loss. In the hot summer of 1979, 28-year-old federal worker Vicki Lynn Belk vanished from a bustling DC neighborhood. After years of relentless pursuit and advancements in forensic technology, the chilling truth behind Vicki's tragic fate has finally come to light. Vicki became the first in her family to graduate from college, earning a Bachelor of Arts degree in education from St. Augustine College in Raleigh, North Carolina. Her academic achievements paved the way for a career as a management analyst at the Department of Agriculture in Washington, D.C. Outside of her professional life, Vicki was known for her warmth and generosity, deeply involved in her community through Oakland Baptist Church in Alexandria. Her commitment to education and community service extended beyond her own achievements, as she inspired others through the Vicki Belk Foundation, dedicated to supporting graduating seniors with scholarships. Tragically, Vicki's promising future and dedication to helping others was abruptly shattered by a senseless and violent crime in 1979. On August 28, 1979, Vicki's boyfriend, James Hill, reported her missing after she failed to return home to Suitland, Maryland, from her job. The following evening, a local teenager cycling through the Bryans Road area of Charles County, Maryland, made a grim discovery: Vicki's body lying just 20 feet off the roadside in a wooded area. Responding to the teenager's 911 call, the police swiftly determined the tragic circumstances surrounding Vicki's demise. The Baltimore Medical Examiner's findings confirmed she had been assaulted and fatally shot, turning what began as a missing person case into a slaying investigation. In Vicki's case, meticulous evidence collected at the crime scene and during her autopsy, including items such as her pantyhose, brown shoes, hair samples, nail clippings, jewelry, bra, dress, and slip, were carefully preserved in storage. Even after the extensive efforts by detectives, no suspects surfaced during the initial months and years of investigation. In the early 2000s, advancements in DNA testing provided a new glimmer of hope. Several pieces of evidence were re-examined, leading to the discovery of a partial male DNA profile on Vicki's dress. But at the time, the technology was still not sufficiently advanced to integrate this profile into databases for comparison with potential suspects, and the case went cold once more. Then, decades later, further advancements in forensic technology finally provide a pivotal lead. In 2022, the Charles County Sheriff's Office utilized state-of-the-art DNA testing on Vicki's preserved clothing. This updated testing yielded a male DNA profile from the DNA found on her dress, a critical development that could be entered into CODIS. This DNA profile was compared against existing records, resulting in a match with Andre Taylor. Taylor had a significant criminal history spanning decades. Following Vicki's tragic slaying in 1979, Taylor accumulated numerous arrests in the District of Columbia. Many of these arrests were for non-violent offenses, with some of them dismissed entirely. One of the most serious incidents happened in April 1989, when Taylor was charged with a violent slaying by DC police for fatally shooting a man during a street robbery. Although he was only found guilty of carrying a pistol without a license in that case, his criminal record was extensive and had at least 10 prior convictions. Taylor's encounters with the law continued into the 2000s, leading to several more arrests. At some point during this period, his DNA was entered into CODIS, which would end up linking him to Vicki's case. On June 27, 2023, 63-year-old Taylor was arrested in connection with the slaying of Vicki. At the time of his arrest, Taylor was living in a DC nursing and rehabilitation facility, coping with failing health and having lost one leg. After a 9-day trial, it took a jury just 2 hours to deliver a guilty verdict on July 18, 2024. On August 23, 2024, Andre Taylor was sentenced to life in prison for taking the life of Vicki Lynn Belk. A young man lost his life outside the River Crossing apartment complex in Texarkana, Texas, on June 17, 2014. 25-year-old Xavier Rollins, a beloved son and Army veteran's mother, faced many struggles in her relentless pursuit of justice. The incredible breakthrough years later would finally provide answers in a case that once seemed unsolvable. Xavier, born to Charlotte Rollins, was a beloved son who shared a close bond with his mother, spending much of his time with her. Their relationship was characterized by love and mutual support. But everything changed on June 17, 2014, when Xavier was fatally shot outside the River Crossing apartment complex on College Drive. At just 25 years old, he had been out of the Army for 4 years, working to build a future for himself. Despite the initiation of an investigation into his case, no substantial leads emerged, leaving the case unsolved and Charlotte grappling with her immense loss. The case grew cold, but her determination to seek justice did not waver. On June 17, 2022, 8 years after Xavier's demise, she organized a balloon release in hopes of reigniting interest in the investigation and encouraging anyone with information to come forward. This poignant event was not just a tribute to Xavier, but also a call to the community to remember the impact of violence and to support families like hers who are left searching for answers. She expressed the following, encapsulating the longing for closure that she and countless other families endure. If someone came forward, I would know my prayers have been answered. Charlotte brought a banner adorned with photographs of local crime victims, highlighting the ongoing struggle for justice faced by many. She stated, "We have some of them that yes, the case has been solved, but we have a whole lot of them that have not been solved." In 2024, a significant breakthrough occurred in the long unsolved case of Xavier Rollins, renewing hope for his family and friends. The police never ceased their efforts to find justice for Xavier, and Detective Thomas Shaddix had been diligently working on the cold case for several months. His commitment to uncovering the truth led him to discover DNA evidence, testing options that had not been available a decade earlier. Recognizing the potential of this technology, he decided to pursue it in hopes of finally finding answers for the Rollins family. As Detective Shaddix delved deeper into the investigation, he sought the expertise of the Texas Attorney General's Cold Case and Missing Persons Unit, which provided invaluable assistance. Their collaboration was made possible through a federal grant program from the Department of Justice, allowing them access to numerous resources, including expedited forensic testing. These advanced forensic methods enabled law enforcement to identify 27-year-old Cameron Cheatham as a suspect in the 2014 slaying of Xavier. Following the identification of Cheatham, the Attorney General's office played a critical role in facilitating his arrest. Using the newly uncovered evidence, Detective Shaddix secured a warrant for Cheatham, charging him with capital slaying. Cheatham was not difficult to locate, as he was already in custody at the bi-state jail, serving time for a felony probation violation warrant stemming from his arrest in September. This fortunate turn of events allowed the police to expedite the legal process and ensure that justice was being sought for Xavier. On October 1st, 2024, Charlotte received the life-changing call she had been longing for. She will never forget the moment when Detective Shaddix informed her of the arrest. Charlotte recalled, her voice filled with emotion. And he said, "We made an arrest, and I just went to screaming and hollering and yelling. I mean, you would have thought that I had just had a baby for the first time. That is what that felt like. It is like, okay, I'm about to get justice for my baby." She added, "I have got 30 to 40 shirts with his picture on it. Everywhere I went, he was going to see his face." Following his arrest, Cheatham was booked on the capital slaying charge, with his bond set at an impressive $1 million. The prospect of a trial ahead brought a sense of purpose and closure, reigniting the hope that had flickered throughout the years. A woman's body was discovered on a desolate road in South Pasadena, California on February 22, 1986. It was a chilling scene, with the victim found wearing only a nightgown, stabbed and strangled. Cathy Ann Small, a loving mother's life was cruelly taken. It was a relentless pursuit of justice that stretched across 30 years, but the shocking revelation that finally surfaced linked her case to one of California's most infamous serial offenders. Cathy Ann Small, born in 1967, was known for her loving and caring nature, especially toward her family. By the time Cathy turned 19, she was already a mother of 2 young children, fully embracing the responsibilities of motherhood, while also being a protective big sister and devoted daughter. On the morning of February 22, 1986, a woman's body was discovered on a road in South Pasadena. She was wearing only a nightgown, and it was clear that she had suffered a brutal attack. The authorities noted that she had been both stabbed and strangled, with no identification found at the scene. Her lifeless body offered little information, and for days, the mystery of her identity lingered, until a breakthrough came from a man in Lake Elsinore who had seen a newspaper story about the slaying. He contacted the authorities, believing the victim might be his roommate, Cathy Ann Small. This crucial lead quickly shifted the focus of the investigation. The man was able to positively identify Cathy as the woman found in South Pasadena. According to the man, Cathy had been living with him in Lake Elsinore for a few months and had been working as a prostitute in the area. His revelation painted a different picture of Cathy's recent life, one that was unknown to her family and friends. He shared with the detectives that Cathy had left his house the night before her body was discovered, wearing the same nightgown in which she was found. It was a chilling detail that would later tie directly into the events leading up to her tragic end. The man further explained that Cathy had told him she was meeting someone named Bill that night. She mentioned that Bill had given her $50 to drive with him to Los Angeles, a piece of information that provided investigators with a potential lead on who might have been involved in her slaying. With Cathy's identity confirmed and new details about her final hours emerging, detectives turned their attention to uncovering the truth about what happened the night she met Bill. Over the years, detectives diligently followed several leads in Cathy's case, but none brought them closer to a resolution. The break in the investigation came 3 decades after her end, when a sheriff's detective received a call from an investigator with the Los Angeles County Department of Medical Examiner. The medical examiner had been at the scene of a natural fatality at a residence directly across the street from where Cathy's body had been discovered 33 years earlier. Inside the home, a 63-year-old man had been found lifeless on his living room couch. He lived alone and had no children, but the investigation into his home would prove crucial to Cathy's cold case. While examining the deceased man's home, the coroner's investigator made a disturbing discovery. Scattered among his belongings were numerous photographs of women who appeared to have been given illegal substances, assaulted, and possibly held against their will. These troubling images suggested a dark side to the man's life. Further raising suspicion was a newspaper article found in his bedroom, which reported the identification of Cathy Small as the victim found stabbed and strangled in South Pasadena in 1986. The eerie coincidence of the article and the photos prompted investigators to revisit Cathy's unsolved case. With this significant link, the detectives sought a search warrant for the home, hoping to uncover evidence that could connect the deceased man to Cathy's demise. Several items were recovered and sent for DNA testing, with the hope that modern forensic analysis could finally provide answers. The criminalists tested these items, searching for any trace of DNA that could tie the man to the crime scene or Cathy herself. However, the investigation took an unexpected turn. DNA tests revealed that the decedent's DNA did not match the DNA found on Cathy. Despite the disturbing items in his possession and the proximity of his home to the crime scene, the man was ultimately not linked to her slaying. His DNA did not correspond with any known criminal cases, leaving detectives with a setback. Yet, the investigation was far from over. With the case reopened, detectives decided to retrieve all the original evidence that had been held since 1986. The materials were transported to the sheriff's crime lab in Los Angeles for comprehensive DNA analysis, using advanced technology unavailable years before. This new analysis of the old evidence ultimately unlocked the mystery that had haunted Cathy's case for over 3 decades, providing long-awaited answers to the questions. On August 19, 2020, slaying detectives received a pivotal notification from a criminalist that significantly advanced the investigation. DNA tests conducted on the assault kit and the victim's clothing revealed the presence of DNA from 2 male donors. One of the individuals was identified as William Lester Suff, a convicted serial offender with a notorious reputation. Known as the Riverside prostitute perpetrator, or the Lake Elsinore perpetrator, Suff had been responsible for a string of brutal slayings in Southern California. Suff's criminal history was extensive and horrifying. In January 1992, he was arrested during a routine traffic stop, which eventually led to his conviction for the end of 12 women in Riverside County between 1989 and 1991. His violent spree earned him an end-of-life sentence, and he had been on capital punishment for those cases. But Suff's criminal history stretched back even further. He had been convicted in 1974 for taking the life of his own 2-month-old daughter in Texas. For that crime, Suff was sentenced to 70 years in prison, but he was paroled in 1984 and moved to California, where his slaying spree resumed. After the DNA match in Cathy Small's case, detectives knew they were on the verge of a breakthrough. In May 2022, Suff was transported from San Quentin Prison to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department Men's Central Jail for questioning. Over the course of 2 days, the detectives interviewed him about Cathy. During these interviews, Suff confessed to ending her life and provided disturbing details about her final moments. His confession also included admissions to some of his previous slayings in Riverside County, further solidifying his brutal legacy. William Lester Suff remains on Execution Row at San Quentin State Prison, where he is awaiting execution for his convictions. A press conference was held in August 2024. Lieutenant Thomas read a statement from Cathy's younger sister, Deanna Larson, who lives out of state. Deanna was 10 at the time her sister lost her life, but said that she sensed her sister was trying to get her life on track. She said in her statement, "Before she could take another step forward, her life was ended. The man who ended my sister also destroyed me, my family, and the family of others." I do not know why Cathy decided to go with Bill Suff on the night of her slaying. I have spent almost my entire life trying to figure out who took the life of my sweet sister. I think of her every day. A young mother was brutally slain in her Sacramento, California apartment on August 28, 1980. A horrifying crime scene marked by 13 stab wounds and a terrified 1-year-old crawling through the aftermath became one of the city's most enduring unsolved cases for over 4 decades. The investigators faced many challenges in identifying Helen Terry's perpetrator until they finally made an arrest decades later. Helen Terry was a 27-year-old mother living in the Orangewood West Apartments on Wyndham Drive in Sacramento. Known for her devotion to her family, Helen was a loving and hardworking mother who was determined to provide the best life possible for her 1-year-old son. At the heart of Helen's life at the time was an ongoing paternity suit involving Robert Terry, believed to be the biological father of her son. Helen was seeking child support from Robert, hoping to secure financial stability for her child's future. On August 28, 1980, a neighbor witnessed a disturbing scene unfold outside Helen's apartment. The neighbor saw a man pounding aggressively on her door, followed by the unmistakable sounds of chaos from within the apartment. Shuffling noises and blood-curdling screams echoed through the walls. The commotion painted a terrifying picture of the violence occurring behind closed doors. Fearing for her own safety, the neighbor hesitated to intervene and was unable to call the police, as she did not have a phone of her own. Shortly after, another resident in the complex complained of water leaking from the ceiling into their unit. When the apartment manager entered Helen's apartment to investigate the source of the leak, he stumbled upon a horrifying scene. Helen had been brutally stabbed 13 times and was left to her end on the bathroom floor. The water that had caused concern was from a running faucet, adding to the disarray of the crime scene. Her 1-year-old son was found alone in the apartment, crawling through the aftermath of the vicious attack. The police were immediately called to the scene, and investigators quickly began piecing together what had transpired. Bloodstains were scattered throughout the apartment, and furniture was overturned, indicating a violent struggle had taken place. It was clear that Helen had fought desperately against her attacker before succumbing to her fatal injuries. Despite the clues left behind, including the chaotic state of the apartment and the extensive blood evidence, identifying a suspect would prove to be a challenging task. Sacramento police launched an intense investigation into Helen's slaying. They combed through the evidence, interviewed residents, and pursued every possible lead in hopes of catching the perpetrator. A $2,500 reward was offered to encourage anyone with information to come forward. However, despite the efforts of law enforcement and the community's desire for justice, no suspect was identified. The case gradually grew cold, as detectives found themselves unable to develop any tangible leads or witnesses to push the investigation forward. Years went by with no answers, and Helen's case remained one of Sacramento's many unsolved cases. However, in 2016, hope was reignited when an investigator from the department's cold case unit decided to take a fresh look at the evidence. With advances in DNA technology, investigators were then able to re-examine the physical evidence collected from the crime scene in the hope of finding new leads. As the cold case team processed the old evidence, a major breakthrough occurred. DNA found at the crime scene of Helen pointed to a familiar name, Robert Terry, the man Helen had been embroiled in a paternity and child support dispute with at the time of her demise. This discovery immediately raised suspicions, as Robert had been a figure in Helen's life during a tumultuous period, but he had never been formally charged or named a suspect in the years following her slaying. Despite the promising DNA evidence linking Robert to the crime scene, detectives faced significant challenges. They needed more than just a DNA match to build a solid case against him. Investigators found themselves in a difficult position, knowing that while the DNA provided a potential lead, it was not enough to definitively place Robert at the scene of the crime at the time it occurred. There were still gaps in the timeline and insufficient corroborating evidence to bring charges against him. In 2024, new developments in Helen's case emerged when the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office Cold Case, Science, and Technology Unit took on the decades-old investigation. Using advanced investigative methods, detectives uncovered enough new evidence to finally charge Robert Terry with the slaying of Helen Terry. On September 27, 2024, 81-year-old Robert, residing in Rancho Cordova, was arrested and booked into Sacramento County Jail. Authorities have not yet confirmed whether Robert was the biological father of Helen's 1-year-old son. Their contentious relationship, compounded by the unresolved paternity dispute, remained at the center of the investigation. The police continued to examine their interactions and what role the paternity issue may have played in the motive behind the slaying. Robert Terry is set to appear in court for a bail hearing on October 17th, where further details about the case may come to light. His arrest at this late stage in life brought a shocking conclusion to a cold case that had stumped detectives for over 4 decades. Helen's brother, John Mays, said, "She was very kind, very loving. That is why we cannot even imagine something like that even happening to her. Totally uncalled for. We have been wondering since day one, and this is the first little bit of hope that we have had since then, and we are going to take it to the max. We had suspicions, but cannot really do anything about suspicions. When it did come down to us, it was like a big relief, like something we have known all along, but could never prove it." A young father was tragically shot on a quiet afternoon in Wilmington, Delaware. The events of November 25, 2019 left a community searching for justice, as Rajion Dinkins became the victim of a senseless act of violence. The investigators faced challenges and the case went cold, but then long-awaited developments finally emerged and offered a glimmer of hope to a family devastated by loss. Rajion Dinkins, affectionately known as Ray, was born on June 13, 2000 in Newark, Delaware, to his mother, Tamika Dinkins. From a young age, Rajion displayed an active and curious nature, enjoying activities like running, bike riding, and showing a keen interest in science. He attended Concord High School, where his energy and curiosity were nurtured, helping to shape his vibrant personality and strong sense of community. In 2016, Rajion met Amoni Hall, who would later become the mother of his only son, Hokie Dinkins. Their bond grew as they shared the responsibilities of parenthood, and Rajion was a devoted father to Hokie. Rajion was involved in his community from an early age. He sang in the Police Athletic League's youth choir and served as a youth counselor at the Kids for Christ summer camp, where his enthusiasm and caring spirit touched the lives of many young people. On November 25, 2019, officers were dispatched to the 2300 block of Washington Street in response to a 911 call. The call had been made shortly before 4 p.m., and upon arriving at the scene, they discovered Rajion Dinkins and another 20-year-old man suffering from injuries. Both men were quickly transported to a nearby hospital for treatment. Tragically, Rajion succumbed to his injuries and was pronounced deceased at the hospital, while the 20-year-old, whose identity was not released by authorities, was listed in stable condition. Despite the immediate response from law enforcement, there was little information available at the time regarding the events leading up to the shooting. The absence of key details left investigators struggling to piece together what had happened. As the hours turned into days, the case seemed to grow colder, and without any solid leads or witnesses coming forward, progress was slow. As time passed, the case gradually faded from public attention, joining the unfortunate ranks of cold cases that haunted the community. The investigation remained open, but the trail had gone cold, leaving lingering questions about who was responsible for the tragic loss of Rajion. In 2024, years after the case had gone cold, the investigation into Rajion's slaying was reassigned to the Wilmington Police Department's Cold Case Unit. With renewed focus and determination, detectives began to re-examine evidence, re-interview witnesses, and follow up on any new leads. Eventually, their efforts paid off when they identified two suspects, 21-year-old Akeem Henry and 19-year-old Ramir Black. On September 23, 2024, a Newcastle County grand jury indicted both men in connection with Rajion's slaying. Following the indictment, Henry and Black were swiftly arrested in the days that followed. Authorities remained tight-lipped about what specific evidence had led them to identify Henry and Black as suspects in the long unsolved case. However, their arrests marked a significant breakthrough, bringing new hope to Rajion's family, who had been waiting for justice for nearly 5 years. Both Henry and Black were charged with multiple serious offenses, including first-degree slaying, first-degree attempted slaying, and 3 counts of possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. In addition, they faced charges of first-degree reckless endangering, conspiracy, second-degree conspiracy, and illegal gang participation. Akeem Henry, in particular, faced an additional charge of possession of a firearm by a person prohibited, which further complicated his legal situation. Following their arrests, both Henry and Black were committed to the Howard R. Young Correctional Institution. Their bail was set at over $1.75 million each, reflecting the severity of the charges they were facing. The case, once cold and stagnant, then moved forward, with the hope that the legal proceedings would provide some resolution to a family that had endured years of grief and uncertainty. This resolution not only addresses a tragic loss, but also emphasizes the critical role of dedicated law enforcement and community support in overcoming the challenges of cold cases and pursuing justice. A young woman lost her life in 1975. The case unfortunately went cold, but with the help from witnesses coming forward and DNA advancements, the breakthrough came nearly 50 years later. On August 6, 1975, 17-year-old Laurel Jean Mitchell disappeared after leaving her job at the Epworth Forest Church Camp Snack Bar in North Webster, Indiana. She was supposed to meet friends at an amusement park about a half-mile away. One witness told the police he had seen Laurel walking and had waved to her shortly after when she would have left work. Laurel was never seen alive again. Her body was found the next day, on August 7th, in the Elkhart River by some fishermen after she failed to return home. Although Laurel's cause of demise was ruled as drowning, the police said that the autopsy report suggested that she had fought for her life, so police initiated a slaying investigation. 2 people who lived near the road Laurel would have been walking on after her shift at work told the police that they heard a loud car go by, turn around, and then stop near their home. One of those people told the police that he heard what sounded like someone slamming the trunk of a car shut. When he stepped outside, he saw 2 cars leaving the area. The other resident told the police that at around 10 p.m., a car turned around in the driveway next door, and as it came back by her house, she heard several voices say, "Let's get," or "Let's get her." She said the car was very loud and dark in color. Even though the detectives followed up on these leads, no arrests were made and the case went cold. Then in 2013, a detective with the Noble County Sheriff's Department was contacted by a woman in Florida who told him that in 1975, when she was 16, she dated a man named John Wayne Lehman. The two had gone to a party, and when driving her home, Lehman admitted his involvement in a crime that he had committed with his friend Fred Bandy. In 2014, the investigators interviewed a man who said that when he was a sophomore at West Noble High School in 1975, Fred Bandy had told him that he had committed the crime. Another person also came forward to say Bandy had admitted to the crime at a party. In 2019, Laurel's clothing was resubmitted to the Indiana State Police Laboratory Division for examination and DNA testing. A DNA sample was taken from Bandy in late 2022, and it showed he was 13 billion times more likely to be the contributor of the DNA on Laurel's clothing than any other unknown person. Finally, after almost 50 years, in February 2023, the police arrested 69-year-old Fred Bandy and 69-year-old John Wayne Lehman. Their arrests were made possible by advancements in lab technology that allowed the investigators to connect both men to Laurel's demise. The investigators believe Bandy and Lehman grabbed Laurel and put her in Bandy's 1971 Oldsmobile. They then took her to the Mallard Roost public access site on County Road 600 North in Noble County, where they drowned her. Both men steered clear of the law and trouble for the next nearly 5 decades. Bandy, however, was convicted of crimes multiple times in Noble Circuit Court throughout the years, which allowed the investigators to gather his DNA. Lehman appeared via video from the Miami Correctional Facility for his sentencing hearing after previously pleading guilty to a count of conspiracy to commit slaying in connection with the demise of Laurel. As part of Lehman's sentencing, he was given 613 days credit for time already served. Lehman said in an August deposition that Bandy assaulted Laurel and drowned her. Lehman denied participating in the assault or the slaying, and said his fear of Bandy kept him from trying to stop the crimes. On October 11, 2024, he received an 8-year prison sentence for his role in the girl's demise. Bandy was found guilty of slaying in connection to the demise of Laurel. On October 22, 2024, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole for the 1975 slaying of 17-year-old Laurel. In 2004, a man fatally shot Corey Devin Smith in his mother's driveway. 20 years later, while behind bars, a man finally confessed to the slaying. On June 12, in 2004, 21-year-old Corey Devin Smith was fatally shot near 2766 Royal Palm Avenue in Fort Myers, Florida, in front of his mother's house. After grabbing a charger from his home, Corey was shot 5 times on the way to the car, leaving him to succumb to his injuries on the ground. Corey's body was found in the street in front of the home. Witnesses said that a black man in a mask was seen running away from the area and getting into a yellow Cadillac sedan. Dedicated cold case investigators were working tirelessly to close the case on who took the life of Corey. Forensic examination of Corey's car revealed 2 distinct sets of DNA. The first person was not contacted in 2004, and the second has yet to be identified. After revisiting the scene of the crime, the police believe the shooter waited for Corey, shot him, hid in the bushes, and then fled the scene. Over the years, the Fort Myers cold case detectives started building leads, but the detectives did not have enough evidence, which then led to the case going cold. They also believe that they know who the driver of that car was. The detectives said that it was just a matter of connecting those dots and presenting it to the state attorney's office. While looking through cases from that time, the investigators realized that they had enough evidence to potentially find a suspect in Corey's case. With renewed attention and more exposure, the Fort Myers police detectives believes that they may be able to crack this case wide open. In 2022, the Fort Myers Police Department investigated a case involving a friend of Corey, Rodney Terrell Davis. The state attorney's office's cold case slaying unit and the Narcotics Enforcement Task Force, also known as NetForce, also worked on the case. Davis was then arrested as the result of the NetForce investigation. He had been caught arranging narcotics trafficking deals from the Lee County Jail, where he was being held on other charges. Davis was charged with multiple counts of conspiracy and 1 count of trafficking illegal substances. During the investigation, Davis agreed to provide law enforcement with information about his involvement with the 2004 slaying of Corey Smith. Davis then gave a statement to law enforcement, admitting to being the shooter who ended Corey's life. Due to the cold case slaying being able to be closed, the defendant pleaded guilty to the illegal substance charges and was sentenced on both cases. On October 22, 2024, 41-year-old Rodney Davis of Cape Coral was sentenced to 40 years in prison for second-degree slaying with a firearm for taking Corey's life. He was also sentenced to 15 years in prison on the illegal substance charges. A family can have closure after a cold case was solved 20 years after it happened. In 1980, a woman was slain after being kidnapped from a Port Huron neighborhood in Michigan. Decades passed with no justice in sight, until DNA testing led to the arrest of 2 suspects. On November 2, 1980, 21-year-old Karen Humphrey was found deceased in the state game area of Beards Hills, Michigan, near Port Huron, with 2 gunshot wounds to her head. The investigators were able to collect DNA evidence from Karen's body after she was found by hunters, a day after witnesses reported seeing her being forced into a vehicle. The identity of the person responsible for Karen's demise was not known, and despite investigators' attempts to identify the perpetrator, the case went cold. The case was cold for more than 4 decades, although investigators never gave up and continued their pursuit to identify the person responsible for Karen's demise. In 2022, the Michigan State Police submitted forensic DNA evidence from the crime scene to Othram. A comprehensive DNA profile belonging to an unknown contributor was developed by Othram, and forensic genetic genealogy was used to develop new investigative leads in the case. Thanks to these new leads, the Michigan State Police, along with the St. Clair County Sheriff Department, the investigators were able to identify 70-year-old Douglas Laming of Fort Gratiot, Michigan, as a suspect in Karen's slaying. Laming was arrested on December 15, 2023, and was charged with first-degree slaying. At the time, it was not publicly announced that DNA belonging to another contributor was discovered at the crime scene. In 2023, the Michigan State Police submitted the additional forensic DNA evidence from the 1980 crime scene to Othram. A second DNA profile belonging to the second unknown suspect was developed using forensic-grade genome sequencing. Othram's in-house forensic genetic genealogy team used the genealogical profile to produce new investigative leads. The leads were returned to the Michigan State Police, who continued their investigative work with the St. Clair County Sheriff Department officials to identify the second suspect in the slaying of Karen. This follow-up investigation led to the identification of the second suspect, 63-year-old Anthony Harris. Harris was 20 years old at the time of Karen's slaying. St. Clair County Sheriff Matt King said, "This is a great example of the fact that we preserve this evidence through the years, use it sparingly, and test it several times." Harris was arrested on February 6, 2024, at work, and the next day, on February 7th, Harris was arraigned and charged with open slaying in Port Huron's 72nd District Court for his alleged involvement in the demise of Karen. Harris's bond was set at $2 million. He pleaded guilty to second-degree slaying in October 2024 and then testified against his accomplice, Douglas Laming. Sheriff King said, "This was a huge step in our case and the first point to getting closure for the family." Investigators said that Harris confessed to forcing Karen into Laming's truck one night in November 1980. He reportedly said that they took Karen to the St. Clair County State Gaming area, where he and Laming assaulted her. Harris told investigators that he walked away for a moment and heard 2 gunshots, but claims it was dark, so he did not actually see Laming pull the trigger. Laming's trial began on October 8, 2024. During the course of this trial, family, along with the community, was shown the details of the evidence collected through the years. The trial gave jurors the opportunity to hear statements, often conflicting, from both Laming and Harris. The senior prosecuting attorney, Amy Goodrich, presented a compelling case against Laming. After 3 days of trial, the jury was sent to deliberation and after an hour returned with the guilty verdict. Sheriff King said, "It is my hope that after 44 years, the family of Karen Humphrey can breathe a little easier knowing her perpetrators have been brought to justice." Sheriff King also read a statement prepared by the family of Karen. The statement read, "After 44 years of wondering what happened to our beautiful sister, we finally have our answer thanks to the detective work of Detective Ed Silver and the St. Clair County Sheriff's Office. We will forever be grateful to him and the entire staff of the St. Clair County Prosecutor's Office. Prosecutor Amy Goodrich did an excellent job of presenting the evidence to the jury and received the results we have been waiting for decades. Not only was this senseless crime absolutely heartbreaking and a life-changing incident for our family and friends, the accusations and suspicions towards her boyfriend, Fred Hill, over the years had a very negative impact on him, his family, and we sincerely hope that Fred can finally find peace. To all the families amongst all the slayings, we hope and pray that you find the justice that we finally received. Miracles do happen. Harris is scheduled to be sentenced on November 12th, and Laming is scheduled to be sentenced on November 18th. Both face up to life in prison. A 19-year-old woman disappeared from her village in Illinois in 1979. Almost half a century later, the case has finally been solved thanks to DNA evidence. On March 29, 1979, Cathy Holly left her home on Volks Court in North Aurora while on her way to pick up her sister from a nearby shopping center. On her way there, she disappeared. Initially, the police investigated the case as a missing persons case. That was until 3 weeks later, when Cathy's body was discovered in the Fox River on April 24th. After years of investigations, the authorities determined that there was not enough evidence to identify a suspect, and the case went cold. It was not until 2020 that the authorities revisited the case after linking DNA from Bruce Lindahl to the slaying of another woman named Pamela Maurer. The North Aurora authorities used new forensic technologies to connect DNA evidence found on Cathy's clothing to Lindahl's DNA collected while solving Pamela's case. In October 2024, Detective Ryan Peet from the North Aurora Police Department said, Lindahl has been connected to several other cases in this area from that time frame. With this new evidence, along with the evidence from similar cases involving Lindahl, we are able to conclude Lindahl was responsible for the slaying of Cathy Haley. Lindahl, who would often go to the shopping center where Cathy worked, was believed to have abducted her from the parking lot of her apartment complex, and he then drove her to the area where her body was later discovered. Before Lindahl could be charged with Cathy's slaying, he lost his life in 1981, while allegedly committing another slaying in Naperville, Illinois. Deputy Chief Joe Gorski read a statement on behalf of the Haley family, who were present at the news conference, saying, "While revisiting this case has been incredibly difficult, we are deeply grateful to finally have closure after 45 long years. Thanks to advancements in DNA technologies and groundbreaking tools, we are hopeful that other families will not have to endure the same pain and uncertainty that we faced for so many years." In the late 1980s, the residents of a small Fairview County town in Danbury, Connecticut, were terrified of becoming the next victim of a series of crimes that struck their town. Women and girls feared for their lives, scared that they could be the next victim of the kidnapping and brutal assault. The series of crimes happened in the area of Lake Avenue and Merrimack Street. Decades after the disturbing crimes, the investigators were finally able to positively identify one suspect due to new resources that were not available back in the 1980s. In 1989, one of the victims was an 11-year-old girl. She was kidnapped and assaulted. The initial investigation started on April 23, 1989. Danbury police responded to a complaint at the victim's residence in the city's Lake Avenue and Merrimack Avenue neighborhood. The girl woke up sometime between 3 and 4 a.m. to a masked young man covering her nose and mouth while holding a knife to her throat. The girl was asleep in the living room of her home with two of her brothers nearby when two suspects picked her up off the couch she was sleeping on and carried her out of the house. Once they were outside, she said the two individuals put her on the ground, lifted her to her feet, and told her to walk. The girl said that she did as they said, and she started to walk, with the two suspects behind her. One of them was holding a knife to her back. They brought her to an under-construction residence on Merrimack Street, where they forced her inside at knife point. They instructed her to go to the second floor of the building, where she was forced to undress and lay down on a plywood subfloor. The victim told the police she was repeatedly assaulted by the masked assailant, while the other held a knife to her head. During the initial investigation, the girl described the masked suspect as a white, heavy-set male who was about 5 feet 8 inches tall. The other suspect was described as a white male with a skinny build, yellow wavy or curly hair down to his neck, and approximately 5 feet 9 inches tall. After she was assaulted multiple times, they forced her to get dressed. They threatened to end her life and her mother's if she told anyone about what happened. They then walked her back to her residence, where she said they instructed her to go back inside through the rear door, and then they fled on foot. Sometime after returning home on that morning of April 23rd, the girl told her mother what happened. Her mother contacted the Danbury Police Department, and the girl was taken to the Danbury Hospital for examination and an assault evaluation. The investigators determined that the suspects had entered the victim's home through an opened kitchen window, and they obtained fingerprints from its exterior. They also found wood shavings on the couch in the living room, where the victim had been sleeping the night of her abduction, as well as on the floor next to the couch and in the victim's hair. The police located the under-construction home on Merrimack Street and found the structure consistent with the victim's description of where the assault occurred. The victim was later taken to the location where she identified the second-floor location of the assault, and investigators found wood shavings consistent with those found in her home and hair at the site. The investigators also found and collected a small puddle of evidence, including blood, in the area where she said the assault occurred. The evidence was submitted to the Connecticut State Forensic Laboratory for testing in 1989, but no suspects were identified at the time, and the case went cold. 3 decades later, in November 2023, the victim inquired about the case. The department's Special Victims Unit decided to reopen those files and approach the attacks with fresh eyes and new technology. Danbury police said that they requested a re-examination of evidence and got a hit in February 2024, linking 54-year-old David Coffey's DNA to that found in the blood mixture and other evidence collected from the Merrimack Street residence in 1989. They secured a warrant charging him with kidnapping in the first degree, and Coffey was arrested on October 22nd. Based on the results of recent DNA testing from the evidence seized in 1989, the police said that they believe Coffey was the masked suspect. Coffey was 17 years old in April 1989 and lived within close proximity of the crime scene related to the investigation. His home on Peace Street at that time was only about 600 feet away from the victim's residence. Coffey came up as a matching DNA profile through the CODIS system. He is a convicted felon and is currently on parole for felony charges out of the state of Georgia. His status as a parolee followed an 8-year prison stint for aggravated battery and firearm possession in June 2013. He was released from prison in November 2022. Following the DNA hit linking Coffey to the evidence, the authorities obtained a new DNA sample from the victim and had it sent to the Connecticut State Forensic Laboratory for analysis for comparison purposes. The lab also used new technology that was not yet available in 1989 to examine swabs collected during the victim's assault examination and samples of the evidence found inside the Merrimack Street building. It was through that testing and analysis the police said that a match to his DNA profile was determined. A comparison performed in July 2024 of the fingerprints lifted from the window of the victim's home in 1989 to those obtained from Coffey during a past arrest came back inconclusive. Though the warrant for his arrest alleges that he assaulted the victim, he has not been charged with assault. While there are exceptions depending on the age of the victim and other factors, Connecticut's statute of limitations for felony assault generally is 20 years. Because he was 17 at the time of the alleged crimes, his case was initially filed in juvenile court and later transferred to adult court. Coffey remains held on a $750,000 bond at the Bridgeport Correctional Center and is set to appear in State Superior Court in Danbury on November 20th, 2024. The police have not yet identified the second suspect and have asked for the public's help to identify him. The authorities released the original composite sketch of the second suspect from 1989. They are continuing to investigate several similar crimes that happened in the late 1980s, and they are asking anyone with information to come forward. They are asking people who might know something about the incidents to call Detective John Bazile at 203-797-4668, the Danbury Police Investigative Services Bureau at 203-797-4662, or the anonymous tips line at 203-790-TIPS 8477. For nearly 40 years, the brutal slaying of 24-year-old Terry Dalloway cast a dark shadow over Wisconsin. In February 1985, Terry mysteriously vanished from her home, and just days later, her decapitated, burning body was discovered in a rural culvert. Despite exhaustive efforts, the perpetrator remained elusive, and as the years passed, many believed the case would forever remain unsolved. But after decades of ends, a shocking arrest and newly uncovered DNA evidence have reignited hope, and the long-dormant case may finally see justice served. Terry Dalloway was originally from River Forest, Illinois, a suburban area near Chicago. Raised in a middle-class family, she was known to be a dedicated student and a hard worker, balancing her academic life with her job as a bar manager. At the time of the tragedy, Terry was a senior at the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse, studying finance. She had moved to La Crosse to pursue her education, and her ambitions reflected her drive to create a stable and successful life. Terry's work at Piggy's, an upscale restaurant in the heart of La Crosse, allowed her to support herself while attending school. Terry shared a trailer home with her fiancé, Russell Lee, in the small community of Berry Mills. The couple seemed to be leading a stable life together, and Terry was looking forward to graduating and starting her career. She had a small white poodle named Susie, whom she loved dearly. On February 14, 1985, Terry finished her shift at Piggy's. It was a cold winter evening when she returned to the trailer home. Her purse, car, and all her personal belongings were left behind, but Terry and her Susie vanished without a trace. The following days brought mounting fear and confusion. Terry's fiancé reported her missing, but there were no immediate clues. Then, 4 days later, on a remote road in Vernon County, a grisly discovery was made. A passerby reported a fire in a culvert, where the police soon found Terry's decapitated and burned body. The investigation into Terry's slaying was extensive, but despite early efforts, it was marked by frustration and ends. Hundreds of people were interviewed and potential leads were followed, but nothing concrete emerged. One of the initial focuses was Terry's personal life. The investigators looked into her fiancé, Russell, who had been the last person to see her alive. His gambling habits and close association with pool tournaments raised suspicions. But despite the scrutiny, there was no direct evidence linking him to the crime. The investigation expanded to include other people in her social circle, including friends and co-workers, but none of these avenues produced a suspect. Adding to the challenge for investigators was that Terry's head and her missing dog were never found, leaving investigators without critical evidence that could have shed light on how and why she met such a tragic fate. Then, in a frustrating turn, the case began to grow cold. With no DNA technology at the time, and only circumstantial evidence to go on, law enforcement had little to work with. They believed the perpetrator had meticulously planned the crime, using an accelerant to burn her body and destroy potential evidence. Still, authorities never gave up. Over the years, the investigators periodically revisited the case, re-interviewing witnesses and re-examining the evidence. In the late 1990s, a paint chip was discovered on a sheet that had been wrapped around Terry's body, hinting at a possible vehicle used in the crime. But again, it was not enough to lead to an arrest. The investigators continued to carry the torch, hoping that one day, new technology or a fresh lead would finally bring answers to this case. That day arrived in 2023, when advances in DNA technology cracked open the mystery and pointed to a suspect who had been hiding in plain sight. The breakthrough in Terry Dalloway's case was set in motion by a series of advancements in forensic science, specifically DNA technology, which had evolved significantly. The investigators made a crucial decision to revisit old evidence, hoping that new methods could yield results that had been impossible decades earlier. The authorities obtained a search warrant to collect DNA from Michael Raymond Popp, a truck driver from Tomah, Wisconsin, who had long flown under the radar in the investigation. Though Popp had been interviewed back in 1985, he was never considered a serious suspect at the time, as he described his connection to Terry as merely a casual acquaintance. But this new push in the investigation brought Popp back into focus. A DNA swab taken from Popp in January 2023 was sent to a forensic lab for comparison. The results were shocking. Popp's DNA matched the samples collected from Terry's autopsy. This was the first solid evidence linking Popp to the crime. During interviews with the investigators, Popp initially claimed he had only seen Terry a few times and did not really know her that well. But when asked why his DNA matched the male DNA found inside Terry's body, Popp responded, I maybe had a little affair with her for 6 to 8 months. When the investigators pressed him on why he had never mentioned this before, Popp explained, "Well, it is a pretty serious case there. Did not want to be associated with it." Though Popp maintained his innocence, saying he was not a violent person, the match provided the investigators with the concrete evidence they needed to arrest him on September 24, 2024. At a bond hearing in Vernon County Circuit Court, Special Prosecutor Kevin Croninger requested a $2 million cash bond. Judge Timothy Gaskell set the bond at $1 million. Popp, who was not represented by an attorney at the time, attempted to engage Prosecutor Croninger in a discussion about an unrelated case in Monroe County. In that case, he faces charges of stalking, threats, resisting arrest, and illegal substance possession. At one point, Popp expressed his disbelief, stating he was flabbergasted as to why he was in court or in custody for the slaying charge. If convicted of Terry's case, Popp faces the possibility of life in prison. For nearly 4 decades, Terry's family and the community were left with unanswered questions. With modern DNA technology linking Popp to the crime, there is hope that the long-awaited answers will finally come to light. Though Popp denies responsibility, the upcoming legal proceedings may at last bring closure to those who have spent years seeking justice for Terry Dalloway. A woman and mother who had moved to Las Vegas Valley, Nevada with her boyfriend in the spring of 1994 went missing on the night of August 26th. She was found deceased the next day. The person responsible for her demise remained unknown for nearly 30 years. On August 27, 1994, 2 men were hiking when they discovered the remains of an unidentified individual on Lake Mead Boulevard near the entrance to the Lake Mead Recreation Area. It was determined that the remains were that of a white female. Her body had been dragged and was placed in a washed area. After an autopsy done the following day, the Clark County Coroner's Office determined that the remains were that of 27-year-old Melanie White. The police believed that she was dragged from a car into the washed area, strangled and slain by blunt force trauma. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department led the investigation, and many leads were received and tracked. Unfortunately, none were successful in identifying the person responsible for Melanie's demise, and the case went cold. In 2010, the department's cold case detectives reviewed the case and submitted evidence from the crime scene for traditional DNA testing. A STR profile was developed for an unknown male suspect. The profile was uploaded to CODIS, but there was no match to a known individual. In 2021, using funding provided by Vegas Justice League, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department submitted evidence to Othram. They hoped to determine if advanced DNA testing could finally identify the person responsible for taking the life of Melanie. Using forensic-grade genome sequencing, Othram scientists developed a DNA profile for the unknown male suspect. This profile was used in a genealogical search by Othram's forensic genetic genealogy team to develop new leads in the case. These leads were returned to the detectives with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and a follow-up investigation was conducted. This follow-up investigation led to the identification of potential relatives of the suspect. On October 22, 2024, comparison DNA tests were conducted, leading to the positive identification of the suspect as Arthur Lavery, who was born September 7, 1955. Lavery grew up in the Las Vegas area. He was 38 years old when he ended Melanie's life. Lavery passed away in May 2021 due to COVID-19 complications. Lavery was previously arrested in the Las Vegas area for battery. During a press event, Melanie's younger brothers Walter and Jason White spoke about their late sister. They said, "We will always miss Melanie and believe that the solving of her case will help bring a measure of peace to her and all of us." Jason and Walter say many members of their family were broken as they mourned the loss of Melanie. They have found closure with this news. Walter said that she was a very nice person and that her demise was a tragic loss. Jason also said that they loved her very much. Melanie's son that she had at the time of her slaying is 33 years old. For 2 decades in Flint, Michigan, the unsolved case of Shannon Holihan lay dormant. His body was discovered in a parking lot, partially clothed and bearing the marks of a brutal attack, while his cherished 1994 Chevrolet Corvette vanished without a trace. Years turned into decades, and all the leads had gone cold. But then, in a twist of fate, the breakthrough came, and DNA evidence finally linked a suspect to the crime. Shannon Daniel Holihan was born and raised in Grand Blanc, Michigan, where he developed a reputation as a bright and caring individual. He attended local schools and excelled academically, ultimately pursuing a degree in computer programming. By the time he was in his early 30s, Shannon had established a successful career at Kmart Corporation's headquarters in Troy. Outside of work, Shannon was a devoted son, caring for his mother, who was a stroke survivor. Shannon was also a member of the LGBTQ community, and during the late 1990s, he frequented local bars, including the State Bar and Club Triangle in Flint. These venues were popular gathering spots for the community, offering a sense of camaraderie and acceptance. No one could have imagined that a casual evening out would take a dark turn, setting in motion a series of events. On the evening of May 26, 1998, Shannon was last seen leaving his workplace, likely feeling the excitement of a night out ahead. He had plans to visit the State Bar, a popular bar on Dort Highway in Flint, known for its social scene. Witnesses reported seeing him at the bar earlier that night, where he mingled with friends and enjoyed the company of other patrons. As the night went on, Shannon's presence was noted by several acquaintances, and he seemed to be in good spirits. But as the hours passed, concerns began to arise when he failed to return home. His mother, who relied on his support, became increasingly worried when he did not check in with her. The following morning, on May 27th, at around 8:30 a.m., a restaurant owner discovered Shannon's unconscious body in an alley behind the Empress of China restaurant located near the bar. He was found partially clothed, wearing only a t-shirt, and had sustained severe blunt force trauma to the back of his head, indicating a violent attack. The investigators later pieced together that Shannon had likely encountered his attacker after leaving the bar. Eyewitness accounts suggested that he had spoken to a young man on a mountain bike shortly before disappearing. Despite immediate efforts to locate his missing 1994 Chevrolet Corvette, which was found stolen, leads quickly ran dry. Shannon was taken to Hurley Medical Center, where he remained in a coma for 2 days before succumbing to his injuries on May 30th. His demise would be the beginning of a lengthy, unsolved case. The breakthrough in the investigation of Shannon Holihan's case finally came in 2024, more than 25 years after the crime. The Flint Police Department's Cold Case Unit established with funding from the American Rescue Plan Act and the Mott Foundation, had been actively reviewing unsolved cases, and Shannon's was among them. In a fortunate turn of events, the detectives re-examined existing evidence, particularly the DNA samples collected from under Shannon's fingernails. This evidence had been preserved since the initial investigation and had remained a potential link to his attacker. The Michigan State Police Crime Lab, utilizing advanced forensic techniques that had developed significantly over the years, conducted a new analysis of the samples. As the lab worked through its backlog of cases, it ultimately found a match. The DNA belonged to Eric Dukes, a 53-year-old man who had recently been arrested for an unrelated crime. This match was crucial as it suggested that Shannon had struggled with his attacker, and the DNA under his nails indicated a defensive action, likely taken during the violent encounter. Upon confirming the DNA match, the detectives revisited the circumstances surrounding the night of the tragedy. They investigated Duke's background and any connections he might have had to Shannon or the locations he frequented. They also began to piece together a timeline that connected Dukes to Shannon's last known whereabouts. The cold case unit's findings prompted them to seek additional information. A tip from Crime Stoppers, unrelated to Shannon's case, led to further evidence tying Dukes to the crime. As they gathered more details, the investigators found witness accounts suggesting that Dukes and Shannon had interacted that night, painting a clearer picture of the events leading up to the crime. With this evidence, Genesee County Prosecutor David Layton announced charges against Dukes for felony related to Shannon's slaying and carjacking. The ability to finally charge a suspect was not only a victory for the cold case unit, but also a significant moment for Shannon Holihan's family and friends, who had long sought justice for his tragic demise. In the heart of Raleigh, North Carolina, a dark chapter from nearly 3 decades ago has resurfaced, reigniting the pursuit of justice for a victim long believed to be forgotten. A man was arrested and charged in connection with a brutal assault that took place in 1998. It is an arrest that is a perfect example of how advancements in forensic science are bringing long cold cases back to life, decades after they have occurred. In the late hours of that fateful day in 1998, a woman's life was forever altered. While the specific details of the assault remain a mystery to protect the identity of the victim, it is known that the incident was violent and horrific. The victim reported being kidnapped and assaulted. Despite her courage in coming forward, the investigation into the crime yielded little progress. The case eventually went cold, becoming just another statistic in a long list of unsolved assaults. Years later, hope reemerged through the Assault Kit initiative launched by the North Carolina Department of Justice, which aims at addressing the backlog of untested assault kits across the state. As part of this initiative, the evidence from the 1998 case was re-examined, leading to a significant breakthrough. A DNA sample collected at the crime scene was entered into CODIS. In October 2024, in a remarkable turn of events, a positive match was found. David Lee Toney's DNA profile was linked to the evidence gathered from the crime scene. This connection breathed new life into the investigation, prompting law enforcement to act swiftly. With the arrest of Toney, the Raleigh Police Department hopes to provide the victim with the justice she has long awaited. Toney faces serious felony charges, including first-degree assault, attempted first-degree offense, kidnapping, and assault inflicting serious bodily injury. For over 3 decades, the brutal slaying of 69-year-old Stella McCrary remained one of Mobile, Alabama's most haunting unsolved crimes. Her life, once filled with quiet peacefulness, ended violently one cold January morning in 1988. The search for answers would stretch across years. Stella McCrary lived a peaceful life on Burton Avenue in Mobile. Known for her kindness and strong-willed nature, she had built a small, content world for herself. On January 23, 1988, Stella was found lifeless in her home. Her son Tommy made the gruesome discovery. Stella had been stabbed multiple times, and there were signs that robbery might have been the motive. But despite the urgency of the investigation, no arrest was made, and the case grew cold. Mobile police began looking into potential suspects, but the investigation ultimately stalled. In the years following the crime, the investigation seemed to lose momentum. The case was revisited periodically, but the breakthrough that everyone had hoped for never materialized. That was until March 2021, when Mobile police cold case detectives took a fresh look at the evidence. With new technology and renewed determination, they began to reassemble the puzzle pieces, looking deeper into old evidence and fresh leads. It was not until the detectives revisited the case that they began to connect the dots. Among the names that resurfaced was Anthony Hayes, a man who had long been a suspect, but whose connection to the crime had never been definitively proven. As the investigation advanced, new evidence, including DNA links, confirmed Hayes' involvement. He was arrested in Arizona in early August 2024 and is awaiting extradition to Alabama. With Hayes in custody, the mystery of Stella's slaying is finally solved. After more than 30 years, the McCrary family is one step closer to closure. The case serves as a reminder that even the longest of cold cases can eventually be solved, and that no matter how much time passes, justice can still catch up to those who thought they had escaped it. In Ayodhya, India, a brutal 17-year-old case has resurfaced, rekindling memories of a tragedy that shattered a family and eluded justice for over a decade. A young man, Mahavir Singh, was slain in the quiet village of Tulsipur Maya. But with the passage of time, hope dwindled and the case seemed to slip by, completely forgotten. Until the recent arrests of 2 fugitives brings renewed hope that the case will be solved at last. Mahavir Singh was a beloved son and a vibrant member of the Tulsipur Maya community. But in 2007, his life was abruptly cut short after a brutal act of gunfire took his life. The investigation into the demise of Mahavir began immediately after the shocking incident. With the community reeling from the tragedy, the Gonda police faced the daunting task of piecing together evidence while grappling with the emotional weight of the case. Initial inquiries led them to identify 2 primary suspects, Govind alias Sanjay and Sitaram Das. Both men were well known in their respective regions. Govind from Lakhisarai district in Bihar, and Das from Hanuman Kuti Ramgat in Ayodhya. But despite efforts to apprehend the suspects, both managed to evade capture, prompting law enforcement to intensify their investigation. The police employed various tactics, including interviewing witnesses and examining the crime scene for clues. But as the days turned into weeks and then months, leads became scarce, and the trail grew cold. In a bid to revitalize the case and encourage community involvement, the Gonda police announced a reward of 15,000 rupees for information leading to the arrest of the fugitives. This move aimed to galvanize locals, urging them to come forward with any tips or insights that could aid in locating Govind and Das. The reward not only served as an incentive, but also emphasized the police's commitment to seeking justice for Mahavir's family. Even with the promise of financial incentive, it became evident that the suspects had successfully gone underground, further frustrating the investigators. In the aftermath, Mahavir's family bravely took a stand, filing a case against Govind and Das. As the years passed, the police seized properties and submitted charge sheets while the perpetrators continued to roam free. Years of relentless searching culminated in a breakthrough in October 2024. After efforts by the Gonda police and the collaborative support of the Ayodhya police, the authorities received actionable intelligence that led them closer to the whereabouts of the accused. Acting on the arrest warrants issued by the Civil Judge Senior Division ACJM, in Gonda, the Ram Janmabhoomi police sprang into action. The police first focused their attention on Sitaram Das. Following leads, they conducted a search operation near the Hanuman Kuti temple. In the late afternoon, They positioned themselves strategically behind the temple, monitoring the area for suspicious activity. The effort paid off when the officers spotted a man fitting Das's description. His demeanor and movements raised suspicions among the team. The officers approached cautiously and confirmed his identity as Das alias Vijay Chella Ramcharan Das. He was arrested without incident, and the police recovered documents related to the violent crime from his immediate vicinity, solidifying the evidence against him. The search for Govind alias Sanjay continued. Utilizing information gathered during the initial arrest, the police traced Govind to Laxman Kila, a well-known landmark in Ayodhya. The officers swarmed the area, determined to apprehend the second suspect. In a well-coordinated effort, they located Sanjay, who was attempting to blend into the crowd. Realizing he was surrounded, he attempted to flee, but the police quickly apprehended him, securing the arrest with minimal disturbance. Both arrests were a victory for law enforcement and brought closure to a case that had stayed hidden in the shadows for nearly 2 decades. The police expressed their relief at finally being able to serve justice to Mahavir Singh's family, whose anguish had been compounded by the long wait for accountability. The recovery of key documents at the residences of the accused added weight to the prosecution's case, ensuring that both men would face trial for their alleged roles in the crime. As the news of the arrest spread, the community of Gonda breathed a sigh of relief, hopeful that this long-awaited chapter would soon reach its end in a court of law. The night of March 16, 2011, Isaia Hernandez was shot in a quiet Ansonia, Connecticut parking lot. What was thought to be a routine illegal substance deal turned into a robbery gone horribly wrong, and Isaia was left lifeless in the cold. For years, the case seemed unsolvable, with only whispers and rumors surrounding the details of his end. A breakthrough in the investigation has led authorities to a key suspect, one who had remained elusive for over a decade. Isaia Hernandez was a 25-year-old father trying to build a better future despite the struggles of his past. Born and raised in Ansonia, Isaia faced many challenges growing up. He had a difficult childhood, dragged down by financial instability and a broken home, but he had always been determined to carve out a different path for himself. Isaia was no stranger to hardship, and like many young men in his community, he battled against the pull of street life, knowing all too well the temptation of quick money and the influence of bad company. Even still, he was a devoted father, and his son, who was in many ways the anchor in his life, was the reason he worked hard to turn things around. But on March 16, 2011, everything changed when Isaiah's past collided with his present in an act of violence, ending his life far too soon and leaving his family and his son heartbroken. It was a cold, ordinary night in Ansonia, and Isaia had made his way to the Ansonia Express Mart, a familiar stop along his daily route. He was there to meet 2 men for an illegal substance transaction. Isaia, trying to keep his head above water, had agreed to meet them in the parking lot to sell them substances, an exchange he hoped would help him take care of his son and stay afloat. What he did not know was that the 2 men had other plans. What was meant to be a simple deal quickly turned into something much darker. As the 3 men stood by Isaiah's car, the 2 men turned on him, intending to rob him instead of making the transaction. The details of what happened next are murky, but it is clear that Isaia never stood a chance. Witnesses say Isaia tried to escape, stumbling out of the car and collapsing in the parking lot as shots rang out, the violence erupting without warning. He was struck by 3 gunshots, each one entering his back, and each one taking him further from the life he had fought so hard to make for himself. The perpetrators fled the scene, leaving him to bleed out, alone, in the cold parking lot. His family would later learn that the men who had been in the car with him that night were involved in more than just a simple illegal substance deal. They had conspired to take what was not theirs, and it cost Isaia everything. After Isaia was gunned down, the investigation into his slaying began immediately, but quickly hit roadblocks. Witnesses were scarce, and while there were initial suspicions, the case remained unsolved. In the days following the shooting, a few anonymous tips trickled into the Ansonia Police Department, mentioning the name of 19-year-old Elijah Stanford. The detectives pursued these leads, but were unable to tie Stanford directly to the crime without more concrete evidence. Surveillance footage from the Express Mart helped confirm that Isaia had been in the car with at least 2 other men, but their identities remained unclear at the time. The real breakthrough only came nearly a decade later. A combination of advances in forensic techniques, cooperation with federal agencies, and persistent investigative work eventually led police to reopen the case. Anonymous sources, who had initially been reluctant to come forward, began sharing critical information about Stanford, as well as Luis Marquez, who was 18 at the time of the brutal crime. It was revealed that both men had plotted to rob Isaia during an illegal substance deal gone wrong. Marquez briefly fled to New York after the slaying, while Stanford was already incarcerated at Manson Youth Institution for an unrelated crime. Their movements in the aftermath of the shooting, paired with the growing body of evidence, helped the police to zero in on the 2 men. In 2021, 10 years after the tragedy, both Stanford and Marquez were arrested and charged with the violent crime, first-degree robbery, and conspiracy to commit robbery. Both men were placed in custody on $500,000 bond, and though they each posted bond, the charges remained. The investigation did not stop there. Further digging led police to Andrew Spino, who had served as the getaway driver that night. Spino had relocated to Hawaii, where he was incarcerated on unrelated charges. After being extradited to Connecticut in 2022, Spino was also charged. On March 10th, 2024, Luis Marquez accepted a plea deal and then pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter with a firearm and conspiracy to commit first-degree robbery in connection with the shooting. Prosecutors revealed that Marquez fired the fatal shots during the planned robbery, which had been orchestrated by his co-defendant, Elijah Stanford. On August 29th, Marquez was sentenced to 14 years in prison, plus 5 years of probation. He said the following before being sentenced: "I asked the judge to show some mercy, but I know I deserve whatever is coming. I am not going to sit here and act like I do not." Stanford and Spino remain in custody. As these legal proceedings unfold, the decade-old case of Isaia Hernandez's slaying is finally moving toward justice, providing his family some measure of peace after years of unanswered questions. Margaret Simpson, Isaiah's aunt, said, "No amount of time is going to be good enough for us. We lost a loved one, and it is not easy. It is hard." Isaiah's mother, Myra Rivera, said in a statement that was read to the court, "My son would call me every Wednesday, and on that Wednesday, I did not hear from him. Instead, I received a phone call from his girlfriend, trying to explain to me while she was crying that my son lost his life. This was the day my heart was shattered." On January 31st, 2014, a quiet gravel road in Greenville County, South Carolina, became a crime scene when the body of a local teen was found, lifeless and riddled with gunshots. For over 7 years, the case lay cold, with no answers in sight, until a crucial tip reignited the investigation. What followed was a series of shocking arrests and revelations, unraveling a cold case that people were worried was going to remain unsolved. Now one man stands convicted, but the full story is only just beginning to emerge. Before tragedy struck, Marquail Marvista Helms was a 19-year-old filled with potential and a deep love for football. On January 31st, 2014, the body of Marquail was found by a passerby along a quiet gravel path near Davis Road in Piedmont, South Carolina, as they were walking their dog. The discovery came after Marquail had been shot multiple times and left in the woods. The responding deputies were immediately struck by the brutality of the crime, but there were few clues to explain what had happened. With no witnesses, no clear motive, and no obvious leads, the investigation quickly hit an end. The investigators combed through the details of his life, hoping to uncover a reason for the violent crime. They learned Marquail had been in contact with a few individuals in the hours leading up to his end, including his former roommates. but the exact circumstances surrounding the crime remained unclear. The detectives pieced together that Marquale had likely gone to meet someone he knew for an illegal substance transaction. He had climbed into a car, but the situation quickly turned violent. Marquale was shot and abandoned in the woods, but no one could say why. His former football coach, Rob Searfoss, said, "He is one of those players, even if this had not happened, who touches your heart. If you took the time to get to know him, he was a good kid. He just wanted people to care about him." As the years passed, the case fell into a pile of other cold case files, with no new developments. Yet investigators never gave up. They revisited evidence, re-examined witness statements, and explored every potential lead. Still, it seemed the answers would never come. The case was on the verge of being written off as unsolvable, but little did anyone know, the breakthrough was just around the corner. In 2021, a tip from Crime Stoppers reignited the investigation. The tipster provided law enforcement with critical information that pointed to a vehicle used by the suspects on the night of the crime. This revelation set in motion a chain of events that would finally uncover the truth behind Marquale's tragic demise. The investigators focused their efforts on tracing the vehicle, which was eventually located in Pickens County. Forensic technology, including the use of touch DNA, was instrumental in linking the suspects to the crime. The touch DNA analysis, which identifies minute traces of genetic material left behind on surfaces, revealed traces of the suspect's DNA on the vehicle. With this forensic evidence in hand, the investigation gained traction. The detectives soon pieced together the events leading up to Marquale's demise. They discovered that on January 31st, 2014, Marquale had arranged to meet with his former roommates, Raheem Gerard Griffin and Destiny Maria Fields, along with Chris Thomas Capitino, under the assumption that they were going to purchase substances. What seemed like a routine transaction turned fatal when the group drove to a remote gravel path off Davis Road in Piedmont. The investigators later determined that Marquale was shot multiple times and left to his end outside the vehicle. As they dug deeper, the detectives found evidence of prior conflicts between Marquale and the other suspects. This suggested that the crime was not a random act, but rather the result of escalating tensions between them. These conflicts may have been fueled by personal animosities or grudges, but the exact motivations behind the shooting remained unclear. Even with the motive unclear, the combination of DNA evidence, the Crime Stoppers tip, and the suspect's statements helped to build a compelling case. On April 15, 2021, the law enforcement officers arrested Raheem Gerard Griffin, Destiny Maria Fields, and Chris Thomas Capitino, all of whom were charged with the fatal crime, criminal conspiracy, and other related offenses. Griffin faced additional charges for possession of a weapon during a violent crime. The three suspects were taken into custody and booked into the Greenville County Detention Center, where they were held without bond. On April 18, 2024, after a trial that lasted 4 days, Circuit Judge Patrick Cleburne Fant III sentenced 31-year-old Raheem Gerard Griffin to 45 years for the crime and 5 years for possession of a weapon during a violent crime. Capitino and Fields will still face their own trials in the coming months. The arrest and conviction were a significant turning point in the case, bringing some measure of closure to the Helms family and Marquale's community, who had long awaited justice. In 1985, a beloved teacher in Kinston, North Carolina, was brutally assaulted and shot in her home. The case went cold for nearly 40 years. Thanks to DNA testing, the case finally came to an end in 2024. On January 8, 1985, members of the Kinston Police Department responded to the residence of 62-year-old Hokie Shepherd, which was located at 1100 East Caswell Street, Kinston. Hokie was a retired school teacher who lived alone. She was found nude on the floor inside her residence by a friend. She was assaulted, shot, and stabbed. The investigators were called to the scene and eventually solicited the help of the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation. Her 1983 burgundy Cadillac had also been stolen, which was eventually found at a local elementary school. Despite countless hours of investigations, the person responsible for Hokie's brutal attack and slaying could not be identified. As the years went by, the detectives continued to work countless hours, leaving no stone unturned, and although the effort seemed endless, the case eventually grew cold. Forensic DNA testing was not as advanced at the time of Hokie's slaying, but the investigators did successfully collect evidence that could be used in future testing. Over the years, the investigation was revisited as advancements in forensic science were made. A STR profile was eventually developed from evidence collected at the crime scene and entered into CODIS. The CODIS search did not yield a match, and Hokie's assault and slaying went unsolved for decades. In 2023, the Kinston Police Department, in collaboration with the FBI and NCSBI, submitted forensic evidence to Othram in hopes that advanced DNA testing could help to identify the male suspect in the case. Othram scientists used forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile for the unknown suspect. After successfully completing the process, the DNA profile was delivered to the FBI's forensic genetic genealogy team, and the FBI team performed the necessary work to generate new investigative leads in the case. On September 30th, 2024, members of the Kinston Police Department presented the evidence from the genealogy profile to the Lenoir County District Attorney's Office. The results identified the suspect as Thomas Williams Wade Jr., who was 28 at the time of the offense and was initially interviewed as a potential suspect. Soon after the crime, Wade moved from the Kinston area and spent the remainder of his life in Granville County, where he passed away in 2007. If Wade was alive today, he would have been charged with first-degree slaying as well as larceny for the theft of Hokie's car. This information helped to give the family of Hokie Shepherd closure after 39 long years of waiting. Retired Kinston Police Detective Tommy Lewis was one of the people who first arrived at the scene in 1985. It was Detective Lewis's first slaying case, but he takes pride in the fact that he and the rest of the police department never gave up. Over the years, he never stopped thinking about Hokie. The son of the suspect, Thomas Wade III, says he found out that his dad was a suspect after receiving hundreds of phone calls and messages after the Kinston police made the announcement. He feels his father is being painted as guilty without proper due process, and he is left to defend his father's character. Thomas said, "My father is no longer here, so why is my family being tortured and publicly humiliated? That is not right." The situation happened 40 years ago, but this is not justice. This is opening wounds. Both the victim and the accused have been long past. If my father did do this, then he should have stood justice for that. However, Thomas says he believes the public has already decided that his father is guilty. Thomas says he spoke with an officer about the case, and he feels that their evidence does not tie his father to this case. The evidence only ties him to the assault. He said that they do not have a weapon or fingerprints. Thomas is hoping to shift the focus to remembering his dad as a pillar in his community and life. He said his father was the type of man that regularly showed up for his children and always took care of his responsibilities. Kinston police said that they cannot comment on this due to the family taking legal action against them. In 1972, an Army soldier, Gregory Dahl Nickel, was out on a date when he was fatally gunned down, and his date was kidnapped and assaulted. The case would eventually go cold, but will finally be solved more than 5 decades later. 21-year-old Gregory Nickel, who was home in Vernal, Utah for Thanksgiving, was out on a date with an 18-year-old woman who was not named on November 26, 1972, when they were ambushed. They were parked at a scenic overlook on Highway 40 when a man knocked on the window and claimed he had been in a crash. The man asked for a ride back into town, and when Gregory agreed to help, he was shot at least 3 times. The suspect then hijacked Gregory's car with a woman inside, meeting up with a second suspect further down the highway. The two drove to what is now known as Brau Reservoir, where they allegedly set Gregory's car on fire with him still inside. They then kidnapped the woman and assaulted her. The two suspects held the woman against her will for several hours before releasing her just east of Duchesne City, where she later found help and DNA evidence was collected. Gregory's date told the sheriff's office what happened that night, according to her recollection. She told the investigators at the time that Gregory had attempted to shield her from the barrage of bullets, believing some of the shots were also meant for her. She recalled that they definitely had ended his life. She did not know who the suspects were, and it took the detectives decades to figure out their identities. For years, then Uintah County Sheriff Arden Stewart investigated the case, but was unable to identify or locate the suspects, and the case eventually went cold. In 2019, the sheriff's office resubmitted evidence collected in 1972 to the Utah State Crime Lab, which included DNA evidence collected from Gregory's date at the hospital at the time of the attack. Then, in 2022, on the 50th anniversary of Gregory's slaying, the sheriff's office announced that through extensive DNA testing, Daniel Arthur Bell was one of the two men involved in the case. But Bell was never arrested in the case. He passed away in 2019 at the age of 88. However, the detectives believed the second, younger suspect was still out there and continued to pursue their investigation. When Bell was first on their radar as a suspect, the detectives spoke to his widow and learned that before his demise, Bell was convicted of assault in Oregon in 1987 and that his friend Gene was involved in an assault in Washington. The last time Bell had seen Gene was in the 1980s or 90s, according to the probable cause statement. The authorities then responded to the residence of Daryl Eugene Choate on an unrelated call and obtained a DNA sample, which was compared with the DNA sample of the unknown suspect in the Utah cold case slaying. According to the charging documents filed, DNA testing revealed that Choate is a direct DNA match for one of the suspects who was responsible for the slaying of Gregory Nichols and the assault of the woman who was on the date with him. This direct DNA match is proof that Choate is one of the two suspects and is not just a close familial match to one of the suspects. The detectives learned that 74-year-old Choate, who lives in Tooele, Utah, has an extensive criminal record, which did include offenses in Price. According to the charges, Choate has also made statements in records that he believes he is able to read minds. Gregory's sister, Lynette Nicole Ray, said in a statement, "When my brother was slain, I talked to him. Of course he was not there, but I knew he was there in spirit, and I told him 52 years ago that I was never going to stop. I was going to find who did this to him. I just want to be able to look him in the face and ask him why." On November 1st, 2024, Choate was charged with first-degree felony slaying. However, due to unspecified medical issues, he was not arrested at that time. On November 26th, 52 years to the day of when the crime occurred, Choate was arrested and transported to Vernal, where he is being held in the Uintah County Jail. In the quiet town of Jeanerette, Louisiana, a cold January morning in 1994 brought with it a heartbreaking discovery. Tucked behind a local car wash, a newborn baby girl was found abandoned inside a metal trash can. Her short life ended before it had truly begun. For years, the child remained nameless, known only as Baby Jane Doe, as the mystery surrounding her demise grew colder with time. But after 25 years of silence, an unexpected breakthrough surfaced, one that would finally unravel the secrets of the past and reveal the shocking truth. It was an ordinary chilly morning on January 24th, 1994, when Bob Fontenot, the owner of Bob's Car Wash in Jeanerette, Louisiana, made a discovery. As he took out the trash, something caught his eye: a 55-gallon metal drum tucked behind the car wash. Curiosity turned to horror as he peered inside and saw the tiny, lifeless form of a newborn baby girl. The infant, later dubbed Baby Jane Doe by investigators, lay in the trash with her thumb in her mouth, her umbilical cord and placenta still attached. The baby had been alive for only a few short hours before succumbing to the biting cold. The temperatures had dipped into the 40s overnight, and inside the frigid metal drum, the baby had frozen to their devastating end. The authorities were quickly called to the scene, but the initial investigations revealed few clues. There were no signs of external or internal trauma on the child's body, but a blanket, girdle, and a 4-day-old receipt found near the scene suggested that the baby's birth had been hidden. Despite extensive efforts by local law enforcement, including acting police chief Kerry Davis's vow to find the mother, the case soon grew cold. Leads fizzled out, and DNA technology at the time could not provide definitive answers. The funeral held for baby Jane Doe saw hundreds of mourners from Jeanerette gather to honor the baby that they had come to consider their own. Officers from the Jeanerette Police Department acted as pallbearers, and townspeople donated a white christening gown, a bonnet, and even a Raggedy Ann doll to ensure that the baby would not be buried alone. The investigation stretched on for years, with no name, no suspect, and no answers, until 25 years later, when a renewed push to solve the case would finally crack it wide open. In 2019, a breakthrough emerged from the least expected source: advances in DNA technology. It began when the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Office reopened the cold case after a renewed push from a local cold case advocacy group determined to bring justice to the forgotten infant. Detective Scott Hotard took the lead, and with the help of the Acadiana Criminalistics Laboratory, evidence collected at the crime scene was re-examined with fresh eyes. This time, cutting-edge DNA analysis developed a profile that had been impossible to obtain decades earlier. Through CODIS, a familial match was identified, and for the first time in 25 years, a new suspect was on the horizon. After further investigation, Detective Hotard traced the DNA to a woman named Sonia Charles, a 50-year-old resident of New Iberia. A DNA sample was obtained from Charles, and when the lab results confirmed the match, the truth finally came to light. Sonia Charles was the mother of baby Jane Doe. After her arrest in 2019, Charles was charged with first-degree slaying for abandoning her newborn daughter in a trash can in 1994, leading to the baby's tragic demise from hypothermia. As news of the arrest spread, the community that had long mourned the baby's tragic end was shaken once again. Many had believed the case would remain unsolved, but with Charles facing serious charges, the wheels of justice began to turn. Charles was booked into the Iberia Parish Jail, awaiting her bond hearing. The legal process was just beginning. In 2023, a grand jury in the 16th Judicial District Court indicted Charles on a charge of second-degree slaying, signaling the case would move forward to trial. The indictment brought renewed attention to the tragedy and raised many questions about what led Charles to abandon her newborn in such a cruel manner. The defense was expected to argue for a reduction in the charge, possibly focusing on the circumstances surrounding the pregnancy and Charles's state of mind at the time. But prosecutors remained steadfast in their pursuit of justice for the infant, contending that her deliberate actions led directly to the baby's end. As the case moved through the courts, the people of Jeanerette held on to hope that baby Jane Doe would finally receive not only justice, but also the dignity of a proper identity, a name to replace the anonymity she had carried for 25 years. A loving mother of 6 from Phoenix, Arizona, was fatally shot in her home in 1998. The name of the shooter remained unknown for more than 2 decades, but the police knew what the suspect looked like. Then, finally, in 2016, the police learned his name, but although they knew who he was, he remained on the loose until he was finally located and brought to justice. On July 9, 1998, at around 11:12 p.m., 28-year-old Sarah Jane Carr was shot inside her home near 14th Street and McDowell Road. A 911 caller told a dispatcher that a girl had been shot and that it was a man that had pulled the trigger. When the Phoenix police officers responded to the scene, as they entered the home, they found Sarah Jane deceased on the ground. She had been fatally shot in the face. The witness who called 911 saw the man who shot her and gave the police a description. The case was turned over to the detectives from the Phoenix Police Department's slaying unit. The original detectives who worked this case only knew the man by his nickname, G. However, they could not find out what the suspect's full name was. The investigation into Sarah's case went cold over the years, as the detectives were not able to identify the person responsible. Then, finally in 2016, the cold case detectives were able to use new technology to connect the shooting to 58-year-old Javier Lorenzano Nunez. The detectives learned that Lorenzano Nunez spent several years in California after he committed the crime before he moved to Mexico. Nearly 10 years after he was identified, the police in Phoenix and the Maricopa County Attorney's Office indicted him and issued an arrest warrant for Sarah's slaying. The detectives contacted the U.S. Justice Department's Office of Internal Affairs, who worked with the law enforcement officials in Mexico to locate and arrest Lorenzano Nunez. The Department of Justice and the U.S. Marshals Service worked to finalize and complete the extradition of 58-year-old Lorenzano Nunez to Phoenix on October 23, 2024. The Phoenix Police Department took custody of Lorenzano Nunez, and he was then booked into jail for the outstanding warrant related to the case. After 26 years, the suspect in the case of Sarah Jane will face accountability and charges related to his actions in July 1998. Peggy Carr, Sarah's sister, said, "I think she was dancing in heaven right now. Sarah Jane was a loving mother to her 6 children. Her children mostly know her through the cherished memories of others. She had a very kind heart." Sarah's daughter, Jessica Miller, said, "She loved the band, Journey. So anytime Journey comes on, it is very hard to listen to, but I always think of her." Sarah's family worried for years that justice would never come, but they never worried about forgetting her. Gregory Miller, her oldest son, who was 11 when she was slain, said, "I remember her always being there, doing right by her kids. She was a great mom. She was really tough." Sarah's other son, Garrett, took his grief and turned it into a mission to serve others as a police officer in Austin, Texas. Garrett said, "Growing up the way I felt of will I ever get justice? Will I ever get closure? I did not like that feeling, and I did not want other people to feel that." A special set of handcuffs were gifted to him after he graduated from the academy. He wanted to use those handcuffs on the man responsible for his mother's demise. Garrett said that it was a pinnacle point for him when he was finally able to hand his handcuffs over to the detective and see the detective trade out the marshal's handcuffs for his handcuffs. Her family was overwhelmed with emotion after they learned that Lorenzano Nunez was charged with slaying. The family's message to others searching for justice in cold cases is to never lose hope and to stay in contact with the detectives investigating these cases, but to also be patient, as justice sometimes takes time. In 1988, a loving son, brother, and friend, as well as a respected teacher and a good neighbor, was brutally taken from this world. Significant forensic evidence led the police to catch the person responsible. 36-year-old Byron Howard Carr was an English teacher at Montague Regional High School. In the early morning hours of November 11, 1988, Byron was strangled with a towel in his bedroom in his home on Lapthorne Avenue, Charlottetown, Canada. His body also had multiple stab wounds. Byron's slaying shook the city, Byron's friends, family, and the LGBTQ community. When his body was found, there was a message written in ink on his wall saying, "I will slay again." The police said that they believe Byron had consensual intercourse with a young man he brought home, and they presumed that the young man was the perpetrator. Byron kept his sexuality a secret, but it was brought to light when he lost his life. Chief Brad McConnell called the era a dark and unfortunate time in Prince Edward Islanders history that forced people like Byron to socialize in the shadows and take unnecessary risks. This case has been Prince Edward Island's only cold case in modern times. The case remained cold for many years until it was reopened in 2007. The police were pinning their hopes on advances in DNA technology, particularly evidence gathered from underwear found in Byron's home. Genetic genealogy was used to match DNA from the crime scene. Chief McConnell said, "Combining advances in DNA with some genetic genealogy work, we were able to identify one of the individuals associated to those profiles found at the crime scene. Through that, we were able to identify Todd Joseph Gallant as being the donor of the evidence that we believe was deposited by the individual that was with Byron." The police chief said finding a genetic genealogy match can be a painstaking process. It involves collecting DNA samples from crime scene exhibits, generating a genetic profile, then uploading that profile through a law enforcement mechanism to genealogy websites like Family Tree DNA and GED Match. This can eventually lead to a familial DNA match with other samples profiled on those sites. The Charlottetown police were assisted by Wyndham Forensics Group and Convergence Investigative Genetic Genealogy during the investigation into the case of Byron. Chief McConnell said that Gallant has a previous criminal record in Canada, Texas, and Arkansas. He has previously been convicted of a break and enter in Prince Edward Island in 1987, just a year before the tragic demise of Byron. According to the police, Gallant left the island sometime after 1988 and returned only in 2022. The Charlottetown police are working with other law enforcement agencies to determine a timeline of Gallant's movements over the past 35 years. 56-year-old Todd Joseph Gallant, also known as Todd Joseph Irving, was arrested on January 25, 2024 at around 11:55 a.m. Gallant of Surrey, Prince Edward Island, has been charged with 1 count of first-degree slaying and 1 count of interfering with human remains. Gallant was 21 years old at the time of Byron's brutal slaying. The police also arrested a second suspect the same week, but he was later released. An investigation continued to determine whether he had any involvement in the case. Chief McConnell was asked whether he thought the case was a hate crime, to which he answered, "That particular answer is one we all want to know. The sensational note left on the crime scene would suggest it was." He said Byron's family just wants to know the truth, no matter what it was, as to why Byron's life was so cruelly taken away. Was it just a hate crime, or were there other factors involved? It has been a long 35 years of unanswered questions and not knowing who the person responsible was. Byron's family is sad that the case took 35 years to make any progress, as Byron's mother and father had since passed away without knowing the truth behind what happened to their son. Byron's brother, John Carr, thanked the police and members of the public for their hard work and dedication to his brother's case. Gallant pleaded not guilty to the slaying of Byron in a Prince Edward Island courtroom. The case was adjourned multiple times so lawyers could receive disclosure. Gallant's lawyer, Chris Montagny, appeared on behalf of Gallant in court on July 4, 2024. His lawyer waived the need for a preliminary hearing, which is a hearing held by the court to determine whether there is enough evidence to send the case to trial. This was the 8th time Gallant's case has been called before the court since his arrest back in January. Gallant will return to court on December 10, 2024,